the Ukambani de facto leader for ignoring advice of his supporters and unattended their interviews, terming the move mature, nationalist and patriotic. Now, after leaving the Azimio running mate interview in Nairobi, Kenya's special envoy to South Sudan, Kalonzo Musyoka, traveled to South Sudan, where he was received by Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister of South Sudan, Deng Dao Melek, in Juba. The Wiper Democratic Movement leader is expected to hold several meetings in Juba. Kalonzo also engaged in the ongoing peace process and the unification of the military. South Sudan has since 2013 been trapped in a cycle of violence due to the rivalries between its President Salva Kiir and his Vice President Riek Machar. To end that cycle, several agreements were signed. The latest of those agreements is for the creation of a unified army. The agreement, which was signed by President and his Vice President, is supposed to be one of the key provisions of the 2018 peace deal. Now, Raila Odinga has promised to strengthen the bilateral relationship between Kenya and Somalia in an effort to promote Kenya's economy. Speaking when he met Eastleigh Business Association in Nairobi, the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya presidential candidate reiterated his commitment to addressing high taxes facing businesses. The Azimio leader says streamlining the Kenya Bureau of Statistics and the Kenya Revenue Authority will help set up a conducive environment for Kenyan businesses, communities to operate. Odinga, who was accompanied by other leaders aligned to the Azimio coalition, said his administration will ensure Nairobi becomes the business hub for Eastern Africa. Now, Chief Justice Martha Koome has urged actors in the justice sector to foster rights-based access to justice as she opened the second National Conference on Criminal Justice Reforms. Koome reiterated the judiciary's commitment to enhancing human rights in the criminal justice sector by widening the doors of justice using alternative justice systems. She said alternative justice systems was a key component of community-driven justice and a major aid in decongesting prisons and case backlogs in the courts. She said the use of non-state justice systems such as Council of Elders, extended family members, Nyumba Kumi and religious institutions provided a different and sometimes more effective way to enhance access to justice. Now, National Assembly Speaker Justin Muturi threw out documents tabled by Wajir woman Representative Fatuma Gedi claiming DP William Ruto is a land grabber. In a ruling delivered after the House reconvened from recess, Muturi said the documents are inadmissible and fail to meet the threshold set by the rules of admissibility. The Speaker has now directed that the documents tabled during the sitting of the House of 14th April 2022 be expunged from the records of the House forthwith. Muturi at the same time cautioned all members against making claims or allegations in the House which they cannot substantiate. Now, Sri Lankan authorities issued shoot-on-sight orders to quell unrest that has seen buildings and vehicles set ablaze a day after the island was rocked by deadly violence and rioting. The thousands of security forces enforcing a curfew, the Defense Ministry said troops had been ordered to shoot on sight anyone looting public property or causing harm to life. Monday, government supporters with sticks and clubs attacked demonstrators in Colombo, protesting peacefully for weeks over a dire economic crisis and demanding President Gotabaya's resignation. Mobs then retaliated across the country late into the night, torching dozens of homes of ruling party politicians and trying to storm the Prime Minister's official residence in the capital. Police said 8 people had died, and finally the government has formed its bid to streamline sporting activities in the country with the aim of helping in the growth and development of the game locally. This was said by the CS Sports Amina Mohammed. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
No, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in McQueen?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, These resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And I mean, you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel Inkericho, good morning.
Salama sana, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Silvanus Martin, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Silvanus Martin, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile juma namwambia yeye nini? Amalize aende. Asante sana.
That's it. The Situation Room. Kenya's biggest conversation.
This morning, it looks like traffic is just starting in certain parts of the city. Hopefully, we'll not get too crazy. On Jogoro today is where we see that action has started very early. Uhuru Highway, if you're on Uhuru Highway trying to get into the city and out towards Westlands, you will not have a hard time, at least not for now. Gong Road looks pretty good. Coming out of Westlands is also where you'll see some traffic on Waiyaki Way. James Gishuru looks pretty good as you're heading off onto Waiyaki Way or in the other direction, so you should be all right with that as well. Let's look onto Outer Ring. A little bit of traffic there as it feeds onto the Thika Superhighway. Dots of traffic here and there on the Thika Superhighway getting into the city, then via Pangani, but you should be all right, at least for now. The Eastern Bypass also taking some hits, and Mombasa Road looking pretty good, at least for now. Let's keep an eye on things as we get into the morning. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
Good morning.
This
it's
is the Situation Room, the only way to start.
On the 11th day of March 2022. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy Wednesday, Ndu.
Yes.
How you doing?
Fine, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning to you. How was your day?
My day was all right.
After we parted ways.
After we parted ways, my day went on well, actually. I got a little bit of work done. And you know how it is.
I don't know.
I got some work done and the day went all right, actually. Yes, thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
And what about yourself?
I'm fine. My day was good. Yeah, I was busy. Got a bit of work done, yes. That was also, it was a long one.
You're mumbling now.
Yeah,
why? What's wrong?
City, how are you?
Ish. Throw in a maridadi there.
Niko maridadi kabisa.
How was your day?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Nothing.
50 minutes.
You know, my days are consistently boring. And it's consistently.
So you're just there bored, like boring.
Just the same things, you know, nothing. Procedure, process, same, similar.
Yeah. Hey. Okay. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Today we are going to have several conversations throughout the day. So first of all, we've been having this conversation about the government releasing the statistics on the economic performance in 2021, right? This was released last week by the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning in conjunction with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Today, the Principal Secretary for Planning will be in the studio with us to explain to us all that jargon. What exactly has happened? Saitoti Torome is the PS for Planning in the National Treasury and Planning Ministry. He joins us on a breakdown of Economic Survey report at 8 o'clock. Are you ready for that? You should be. At 7 o'clock, let's talk about the challenges of affordable and decent housing in Africa. You know, this whole story of affordable housing and decent housing, if you look at the various definitions, starting from just basic understanding of affordable housing, basic understanding of decent housing, and then the sort of official understanding and definition of the same, they're sort of different. Whole thing about affordability and decent, what constitutes decent housing. So we'll have this conversation at 7 o'clock, and joining us will be the Africa Housing Forum manager, Robin Emerson. She'll be here because Habitat for Humanity International is going to be having some 3-day Africa Housing Conference, Africa Housing Forum from tomorrow, where people from across the continent are sitting to talk about what is it, what gains have been made, what challenges are there, what have governments done, what has the private sector done, how can all of them come together to collaborate in increasing better access to housing. So that's a 7 o'clock conversation. 9 o'clock, Kalonzo Musyoka went yesterday to the interview panel for the deputy running mate position. And we know what has been happening. Wiper leaders, left, right, and center, saying he should go, he should not go, he cannot go. We cannot allow our party leader. We cannot.
Then he went.
Then he went yesterday. And the deputy of Kalonzo in Wiper, this is the deputy party leader, Farah Maalim, who is a former MP, will be with us in the studio talking about this headache. So, what exactly is Wiper seeing that everybody else is not seeing? Or what is Wiper seeing that everybody else is also seeing? Farah Maalim will be joining us at 9. So keep it here for those conversations, 7, 8, and 9. Let's start with COVID.
All right. We're looking at world numbers of 518,444,513. Those are the global numbers now. We're looking at, I just want to look again. We talked about the top 10 countries, top 12 countries. One has made its entrance now, and that's Vietnam. Nobody really heard about Vietnam now as concerns COVID. But we're looking at in the recent months, and then going as far back as a year, has then made its way with 10 million cases. Now, remember, we're looking at a population of 98 million. So just over a tenth of the population, or rather a tenth, if we're looking at it in terms of numbers, then has been infected by COVID-19. The top 10 countries that we continue to look at: the USA, India, Brazil, France, Germany, the UK, Russia, South Korea, Italy, and Turkey. And then Spain and Vietnam are playing outside the top 10. These countries, these 12 countries, make up for almost 80% of the world's COVID cases. So the remaining 22% is spread around the rest of the world. That's interesting to be able to look at then when it comes to those numbers. Let's look at numbers in Kenya, where 21 new cases from a sample size of 2,560 gave a positivity rate of 0.8%. Another day of 0 recorded deaths, which is a good thing. Speaking of Kenya and jabs and Moderna, they've now linked the Kenya COVID jab plant to demand. I'll explain. The biotechnology firm Moderna now says it plans to start filling doses of its COVID-19 vaccine locally to serve Africa from next year, but this will be based on demand. The firm announced the development in regulatory filings. It revealed in the update its other key plan to build a manufacturing facility in Kenya, its first in Africa, to produce messenger vaccines, all right, including COVID-19 shots. And they're saying this is firmly on course. They said earlier in March they hope to invest $500 million, which is 57.5 billion shillings, in the Kenya vaccines facility and supply as many as 500 million doses of vaccines to the African continent every year. Now, this just does not only include COVID, which I think is a good thing here, giving rise to what you were talking about the other day, CT, that it may look as though it may be a waste because of COVID. But what it also does is that it provides a facility where other vaccines then can be made available on the continent. So this is what they're actually looking at. 2022, they've entered an MOU with the government to establish Kenya as the location for the manufacturing facility with the assistance of the US government. And they want to be able to produce up to 500 million vaccines doses of vaccines per year, and these vaccines are spread across board. So COVID, did they give it an entrance into the market? Absolutely. Did it show the need to have such a plant on the continent? Yes, it did. Thumbs up for them picking Kenya. So that's what we're looking at.
So they came and they made this announcement earlier in the year. Looking at the lessons from South Africa, do you see Moderna actually proceeding to establish this?
Well, what has come out of South Africa now is that it sounds difficult, but I don't think enough was not done before to say, look, guys, we are developing this here. We ask that you buy from us. This call came after the fact. The insistence or the urging of other nations to buy from South Africa since the plant was there came after the facility had already been established. So it becomes kind of, okay, so what are we going to do? And then there's always going to be pushback.
We must go back, as you say correctly, and understand the history of the supply of the much-needed vaccine. For the longest time, developed nations who were the largest producers of the vaccine were accused of hoarding.
Right.
What did it mean? They were keeping stores and extra supplies for their own population. That was the narrative for a very long time. We even talked about COVID appetite, etc., etc., etc. During this period of our conversations, was the factory in South Africa functioning, or was it built after this? The factory existed. Okay? There were no issues. When did the issues start coming up? It was when the excess COVID that had been hoarded suddenly became apparent wasn't necessarily needed.
Right.
So they were being donated. Now, South Africa was competing with free vaccines that were being given to other nations, and they were asking people to buy. Eric raised a very valid point. Buy from them so that you can donate. But why would they buy from South Africa when they
free donation?
Not only that, they already pre-bought their own. They have, and they also have factories within their own boundaries doing the same thing. So, yes, it is important for people to buy, but the story that is being told must be complete. Yes, it isn't as though South Africa had all the offerings from the very beginning, and we neglected to buy from our brothers, and yet we could have. Unfortunately, the story wasn't as straightforward as that. It would be good to buy from them. But again, remember the story we kept hearing. People pre-bought, prepaid, pre-this, pre-the other. And we kept asking, but surely these Kenyans of ours, why didn't they pre-buy and pre-whatever like other people? South Africa for the longest time didn't seem to have this same problem that the rest of us were having. So again, there's always a next time.
Right. Let's see. They came, they met with the president, they signed an MOU in March, they signed they're going to set up the Moderna vaccine plant. Okay. Me, I'll just sit back and wait and see.
That one, I won't even wait to see. When it happens, it will happen, and we will know.
Yes.
It's like we have an expressway. They said they were building it. We can see it. It's been built. There's a small thing about opening it and inaugurating it. Now, that one I can apply the wait and see principle. Because I can actually see.
You can see the thing.
I can see the thing.
Okay.
So the issue of inauguration, now, it isn't a subject of speculation.
It's 20 after 6. We are live streaming the show on SpiceFM KE, YouTube and Facebook. If you're online, say hello via comments on Facebook and by tagging us as well on Twitter. Let us know, and we'll be saying hello to you and acknowledging your presence shortly after we take a look at the weather forecast. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Spice FM.
It's getting hot in here. Oh, everybody steals. It's better a thief who brings something small back. And I say to myself, there's no better thief. A thief is a thief, period.
All those bribes, how much they're getting per year, how much inconvenience they're causing, as much as you call it a small case, it's worth it to be convicted.
The truth is, we are a tribal nation. Because if we were not tribal, and I want to go back to this, you cannot continue walking around with a mug which is clean outside and it's rotten inside.
We have become a Fuliza country.
We have mortgaged our country because of debt.
You've got one chef working and the assistant chef wakati anatakana koroge unga nini hayuko.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 17, highs of 26 and lows of 16. At 16, it's cloudy in Nakuru as well. We'll see highs of 27 and lows of 14. At 16 degrees, it's raining in Nyeri this morning. Highs of 25 and lows of 15, and clear at 14 in Eldoret. Highs of 26 and lows of 13. Also raining this morning in Mombasa at 26, highs of 31. And we'll see highs of 30 in a wet Malindi as well at 27. It's 20 and clear in Kisumu, highs of 29 and lows of 19. While Kakamega is clear at 16, we'll see highs of 29. Light rain in Kampala this morning at 21, highs of 28 and lows of 19. While it's mostly cloudy at 23 in Dar es Salaam, we'll see highs of 31. Clear conditions in Johannesburg at 11, highs of 21 and lows of 9. And Lagos is clear for now at 26, highs of 32. We'll see highs of 32 as well in a mostly clear Kinshasa at 23. Beijing is going into early afternoon Wednesday at 20. It's sunny. We'll see highs of 21 and lows of 13. It's clear in Paris at 13, highs of 26, and mostly cloudy at 13 in London, highs of 17 and lows of 9. New York is clear at 14. Still Tuesday night, we'll see highs of 21 and lows of 11.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Hiya, bus.
Mornings done.
It is. Eddie Odor says he's listening from Koru, the land of sugarcane, and he's left wondering why our politicians think we are fools. Kalonzo's turnaround yesterday portrays him as unreliable and an inconsistent leader. He is trouble. Hey, Eddie. Ateke, Eddie, good morning. Good morning, guys. Cleo, the love child, says good morning. And Situation Room, Soldier Wamundoro. Okay. Tie says good morning. Eagerly waiting, and he's tuned in from Mwebale. Bernadette Wajiro says good morning, tuned in from Muga. Hey, Muga. Martin Wafula Mabusi says good morning. Vincent Ogudu's tuned in as well. Alego Akinyi says good morning. Akinyi means dawn, doesn't it? Hello? Morning, early morning, or just morning?
Morning.
This is a good time.
And Okinyi?
So I guess it would be the male dawn.
Male.
When it's brighter or when it's
actually, there's a difference. You see, Akinyi, Gokinyi is actually morning.
Mm-hmm.
Onyango is daytime.
Okay.
Moving on to lunchtime and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Tieno is night time.
Is night.
Yes.
So day is day. There's no evening. There's no morning, afternoon, evening.
What's Odhiambo?
Yes.
Early evening.
Early evening is Odhiambo.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Gokinyi is morning.
Kinyi is morning.
All right.
That's morning. Onyango is now when the sun is now out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So now that's daytime.
Right.
You know, Odhiambo after evening, night, Otieno.
Otieno, night.
Yes, pronounce Otieno.
Okay.
Ni sawa sawa.
Okay.
Michael Musili says tuned in. Good morning. Good to have you in as well. City Cheza kama wewe. Let today's proverb come. Okay, it's coming. Alego has just said Ndu Akinyi is early morning. Thank you. Morning studio. Good morning. Narok is tuned in this morning. Yuwana says good morning. Patrick is also online. Good morning. Thanks for the show. Liz Jua says good morning as well. Top of the morning to you too, Don. Wangeshi Wakamao. Good morning from Roiro Rainbow. Hey, okay. Butula Busia is where Vincent Ogutu is. Yobesh is also tuned in. Quite a lot of you online this morning. Thanks for joining us. Karibuni sana.
Everybody, good morning, City.
Mm-hmm.
Play like yourself.
We have moved from the delightful country of the Thousand Hills. We are now in the southern part of Sudan. Southern Sudan.
Okay.
Proverb number 1. 2 to go. 1.
Okay.
If nakedness promises you a piece of cloth, ask it its name.
If nakedness promises you a piece of cloth, ask it its name.
Ask who its name, the nakedness
Yes,
or the cloth?
ask nakedness its name. It promises you a piece of cloth, ostensibly to cover the nakedness. Ask it, and you, who's offering me the cloth, what is your name?
What's your name? I am nakedness.
Okay. Mm.
It's okay. Speak your mind. Come on.
Really, I
come
ought
on.
not to.
Come on.
Man, we're only on
Say
radio.
For heaven's sake.
It's just the three of us.
Yes,
It's just the three of us.
Yes.
Okay.
So, we've got you. as we
Sawa.
say.
You got me?
Kabisa.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, South Sudan. Newspaper headlines. www.standardmedia.co.ke. Are you a member of our online community? Please subscribe and become one. Premium content online. Why Nairobi CBD has lost its allure. Individuals, corporates, hotels are fleeing the heart of the capital in droves. Where are they going? To the legs of the capital. Yeah, so you've seen very many businesses moving out of the CBD. CBD becoming congested. Now the preferred address is Upper Hill.
The residences.
Yes, Upper Hill and Westlands. The CBD, everybody's like, this CBD. It's just stress.
Traffic, first of all.
What way?
No parking.
Then Kanjo.
Constantly.
Pressure through the roof.
Surely. So people have moved out of the CBD because even the way the buildings were built, remember there was no parking provision in many of the old buildings.
No.
So parking was on the street. Now, many more people are driving to come to work in the same building and you don't have parking available. And the Nairobi City County has refused to put up parking silos, or even the private sector has not seen the sense of putting up parking silos.
You know, it's actually of interest that you should say so. I only know of one.
Which one? Next to City Hall Annex?
No, that one, it's not quite. Yes. Yes.
Right?
There's that one, and then there's also one further up. I'm not very good with the names of roads. I'm more familiar with buildings. It was an actual silo, meaning...
The Intercon?
No, not Intercon.
Another one.
Now you've added, I'd forgotten. Those are this one, you didn't drive up. You actually drove into an elevator, and the elevator took you up.
It took you up.
Yes.
Transnational.
Yes.
Where Transnational Bank
Yes,
was.
yes.
Right?
You drove up, and it took you up.
On Wabera Street.
Yes. You've got it.
Next to City Hall Way.
Yes. Because
Wabera Street, City
the
Hall Way.
annex that you speak of used to be owned by a touring company once upon a time. It was...
They used to have... Avis used to have an office down
They
there.
had an office there, yes, and I think Pullman or something had an office there.
The building itself is actually owned by CPF, this County Workers Pension Fund.
Yes. Oddly enough, you know, that's a really... All these things we're speaking of are really old.
They're old.
They're genuinely old. But I also think that some of this congestion and the messes that we see are deliberate. I believe that when you... Yeah, they are deliberate. That's my view. When you look at the caliber and the cadre of people who have been in the city council and now the county government, they are knowledgeable people.
Yeah.
So when you ask the question, why didn't they do it? It's not that they didn't know. And it isn't for lack of people who have sent proposals and wished to. No. I suspect somewhere along the line, there's some senior decision makers and influencers who prefer the chaos.
They like it that way.
Yes, it serves their interest better.
Just wonder why. Come on. Anyway.
Chaos reduces accountability. Yes.
Anyway, many more buildings have now, businesses have moved out of the CBD. So that's part of the big story that you'll find right there. Give us one story before we take a look at traffic.
One. On the back page of The Nation, the CS wash could take over Parliament. Could take over Parliament. You want to know the details?
Yes.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i yesterday said money launderers and other criminals could take advantage of the country's weak financial regulations to manipulate the general election. Dun, 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 dun. Dr. Matiang'i said the government has identified weak regulations on the amount of money that can be spent on campaigns and their source as a threat to the credibility of the elections, adding that criminals could buy their way into office. My goodness, you think such a thing could happen? The CS, who spoke in Naivasha during the second national conference on criminal justice reforms, said the IEBC is not to blame for the regulatory framework on Freudian slip, campaign financing. Criminals of unprecedented levels may become our leaders if we allow the wash gangs to bribe their way to power, he said. IEBC says its hands are tied unless the judiciary gives a different interpretation of the idea that one ought to be cleared to run for elective office as long as he or she has not exhausted appeal avenue. So this seems to be rubbing a lot of people the wrong way. There is also the challenge of multiple bonds issued by courts to one person. Some people have 8, 9 or 10 bonds. It does little to deter some from engaging bloggers to assassinate the character of others. Among those at the event were Chief Justice Martha Koome, National Cohesion and Integration Commission boss Samuel Kobia, and IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati. Others were Director of Public Prosecutions Nurdin Haji, Director of Criminal Investigations George Kinoti, and Inspector General of Police Hilary Mutiambai. He said the abuse of social media is a concern for election security and credibility, expressing frustration with the prosecution, or in this case, lack of prosecution of suspects.
You know, this is not the first time the Matiang'i has actually said this. He's saying, look, the kind of characters that are out there seeking to be elected into office in this election, very many of them are questionable. Okay? Now, when Matiang'i says that, you believe Matiang'i sits in the top levels of the security
organs in the country. Yes.
All of them. He sits there. He consumes intelligence on a daily basis. That's his day job. So he knows what he's saying.
He does.
Question is, well, whereas, and we'll be told tomorrow by DPP and the EACC boss, whereas the courts have basically said, you know what, there's a law, and the law, we shall follow the law, whereas we shall uphold the rule of law in this country, what can be done to block those people? Or just to even create awareness to the public?
You see, this is a chicken and egg situation, because this is now ultimate boss of security in the country telling you this.
Yes.
So it means you know that these people are the people you say they are.
Yes.
Essentially, they are criminals.
Yes.
All right? Now, should more effort not be put into trying to bring them to book? Because when you bring them to book, then these laws can easily take effect.
Yes.
If they're not brought to book, they're just ordinary citizens. You may know what they do. So the question I would ask in response is, why are these people being let to roam free? Because alongside that discussion, you'll find we're supposed to be going on a break, aren't we? But can I just speak a little bit?
Please.
A little bit. You see, when we had a situation in this country, when we revoked the cap on campaign spending, what did we think we introduced?
Yeah, allowed.
Free for all.
Precisely, because if there's a cap, you immediately ask, excuse me, where does this other money come from? You can't do that now, not really.
No, you can't.
There is no cap. So the very regulations that are supposed to give you the teeth and the muscle to be able to bring certain individuals to book, you remove them. Not at once. You remove this bit, then you move the other bit. And then, now, according to our laws again, the fact that someone has been accused, it's just that. They've just been accused. Full stop.
They are not guilty.
Nope. They can continue their business. And then issues in our courts. My friend, those things take forever, an arm and a leg. Now, you tell me. The whole process has been sabotaged even before it begins. So even when the minister, the esteemed minister, speaks, all right, am I to understand that it's from a position of helplessness? And he's the minister for interior.
Is that a position of frustration, I think?
Yes.
Because if you look at some of these things, number one, Parliament is the one that should have done this job of putting it in law.
Yes.
IEBC did its bit. Parliament, which comprises the same crooks that we're talking about, plus their sponsors, goes ahead and blocks it.
Yes.
So this is why he's saying
Parliament
Parliament is the reason why
Parliament failed us.
We will have this issue. If Parliament had done their job in the manner in which they ought to have done it, then we would not have this threat. But now the threat is more than it is a reality because of the weak regulation system.
But the second question, though, is, as these people are doing their wash business, what are the security apparatus doing?
Yeah, because you seem to be
disrupt
aware.
this business.
Exactly. You seem to be aware that they exist, number one. You know who they are. You know, or you have an inkling of what they're up to. Why not then discharge your duty from a criminal point of view?
And we have several laws that deal with this.
Yes, we
have
do.
What's that law called? The law called Pokumura. The Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Law.
My friend, we even have agencies whose function is precisely that, to deal with these things.
I think there's a little bit of buck passing here. Because security agencies ought to do their job. What Assets Recovery Authority agency, they see some money that doesn't make sense, they freeze immediately. Why is it that there's some individuals who are able to pass through the net?
Yep.
And then we want to say, okay, you know what? They're going to come and want to be leaders politically later, and it's Parliament that then should be blamed because you did not introduce or establish regulations that would stop this procedure.
And next,
come on,
voters are going to be blamed.
Yeah,
you elected
voted
them.
in some shoddy characters.
If NIS wanted to get these guys out, NIS would sponsor. You know those things of social media. Put those guys on social media.
Just apply pressure.
Put their mugshot.
Completely
caption.
anonymously, just flood us with information. The same
bloggers that Matiang'i is talking about now, they can be used for other things as well.
Go out there.
But you know what is of interest, really? By the time you're talking about this as a clear and present danger, it means you even know the amounts.
Yes.
So, if you have all these details, indeed, surely.
Kamata, wow. Kamata. It's 24-7. Let's take a look at the traffic and then we'll look at other newspaper headlines. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Have you seen them? Am I live?
Yes, it's a very nice outfit, I must say. Good
Thank
job.
you. Asante sana.
The compliment is well received.
Good morning and thank you. Everyone in Wasingishu was asking me, what channel is SpiceFM?
96.7. Tell them that, right?
Yes, now they know.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to have
you.
What
a beautiful studio, my friend.
I've been to other radio stations, but I've never seen anything like this.
Thank you, and it's very nice to be in a modern studio. Absolutely brilliant.
And I have to say, it's a very cool ambiance here in your radio room. Just for our listeners, I think it is below zero in this room.
Okay, a few minutes after 6:30, what are the roads looking like now? A little bit of traffic here and there, Mombasa Road, but nothing too crazy, which is good. The signs of a drizzle, well, then again, the sun might just topple that. Jogo Road not looking too bad. Getting into the city, Landis is also looking pretty good as you get to that Kamkunji roundabout. For the first time in a long time, we're not looking at any back-to-back traffic around Kamkunji, and Haile Selassie Avenue looks pretty good. We'll keep an eye on this. Getting out into Western is where we'll probably see the most action now, and then Thika Superhighway, boom, traffic all the way through past the Utali Drift and inching closer and closer to Survey. And then beyond that, going well towards Safari Park, traffic is heavy. We're also looking at it coming off of Kiambu Road. One lane for now. It's likely to pick up. Limu Road is also sending out those signs that traffic will be a mess this morning. Hopefully we can keep things under control. Talk to us about where you might be stuck this morning. See if we can find alternate routes based on what folks tell us. How'd you do that? SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Ooh, there's the sun.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings
all right,
done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Dania chips.
Hey.
What on earth does that even mean?
I have no clue.
It's a proverb.
Okay. Wow. Let me tell you the story of a lady called Leila Jana. Leila Jana was an American lady. She was a graduate of those Ivy League schools. Okay. After graduation, she founded several companies. She's basically one of those serial entrepreneurs in the tech field. One of those companies is a company that it's called Summer Sauce. So what does Summer Sauce do? Summer Sauce, okay? Summer Sauce is an AI sort of company where ahead of its time, during the time when it was founded, machine learning was the thing to do and the way to go. So many of these companies, the big companies, the Googles and the Facebooks and the others that are developing, all these machine learning programs, there's a lot of data input that's required. Okay, a lot of it is just manual data input and requiring some basic computer skills. So many of these companies don't really have the time and manpower to do all that manual job, right? Mm-hmm. But it can be done in some developing countries, such as Kenya. So Summer Sauce is established in Kenya and other countries where You come and you look for people who just have a basic understanding of computer, and then you hire people. You go to Facebook, you go to Google, you take a job, and then you break up the job into many pieces of data entry. Mm-hmm. The data entry then is done by people who are sitting here in Nairobi. They don't exactly know what they're doing, but kumbe what they're doing is they're putting in the coordinates of a certain road. This is the Expressway. This is exit 17. This is exit 2. This is, what are you saying? Bypass with a single S. And this other side is a bypass with a double S. Mm-hmm. All those things. You've basically put in the coordinates. So when these guys are developing their driverless vehicles, the driverless vehicle will use a map that has actually been keyed into the system. Okay, that job is done, broken up and done in Kenya. So Summersource gets jobs from these Fortune 500 companies. The jobs are distributed around the world. Some of them are done in Kenya. Going on into Summersource now taking jobs from companies such as Facebook to do moderation of content on the platform. Is this violence? Those things that they say that don't meet community guidelines. Violence against children, pornography, and such. And so you look at it and you moderate, and you're like, okay, this is bad content. Let's remove. Let's flag this. Summersource, like I've been saying, has an office in Kenya. The lady, unfortunately, Laila Jana, she died 2 years ago out of complications from cancer at the age of 37. Gosh. Her fellow co-founders and now the other management continues with the company. Unfortunately, now Summersource is in the news, not just locally but globally, because one of the workers at Summersource, who is a Kenyan, has sued Facebook and Summersource, saying we had a toxic work environment. Facebook is being accused of human trafficking and all those other things. Let me read you the story. That's on page 12 of the Standard today. You'll also find it on international media if you just Google. Global social media giant Meta has been dragged to a Kenyan court over an alleged toxic work environment in a local firm hired to monitor its Facebook. At the heart of the labor dispute between South African national Daniel Motong and Meta is a Kenyan firm, Summersource Kenya EPZ. Motang, in his case, filed before the Employment and Labor Relations Court, details his employment with Summersource. He says, this is a firm that's contracted to clean up violence, suicide, self-injury, child sexual exploitation, abuse and nudity, adult sexual exploitation, bullying and harassment, human exploitation, privacy violations, among others. He claims that those working in Summersource have reported suffering from mental breakdowns for being exposed to abusive and harmful content for long hours. Facebook content moderators engaged through the first responder, that is, Summersource, have reported experiencing insomnia, nightmares, unwanted memories of content that they moderated, anxiety, depression, emotional detachment. Some suffer from mental health conditions such as PTSD. In a case filed by Nzili and Sumbi advocates, Mutang states that there are at least 15,000 Facebook content moderators around the world who are engaged to review the billions of posts uploaded to Facebook on a daily basis. He says Meta, which is formerly known as Facebook, contracted Summersource to recruit persons from Kenya, South Africa, Ethiopia, Somalia, Uganda to moderate the content by users. According to him, 240 Facebook content moderators are in the Summersource Nairobi office. The prospective employees are not told the kind of job that they are applying for. He says MetaSource described the vacancy for a Facebook content moderator in different terms. He accuses Summersource of forced labor, human trafficking for labor, unfair labor relations, denying employees the right to join a union, negligence, failure to give employees psychological support, all these things.
He himself, is it class action or he is the sole complainant?
It is not class action, it is Motown.
All these things happen
by
to
himself.
him.
And he's saying it's what he has gone through and what he knows others are
going through. And he was here,
he's South African. You hear Summersource.
But he was domiciled in the Kenya office?
Summersource has recruited. I guess he is suing because Summersource has an office in Nairobi.
Yeah.
So he's brought the case to the Nairobi office.
Sheesh.
He has a case.
He has a case.
He is presenting a case. He says that, because we were hired, we were not told what we were going to do. let me tell you, in my honest opinion, I think the fact that Facebook is involved is why he's going to court.
Point well taken, point well made. But does it dilute the fact that, indeed, the things he says he has suffered are untrue?
I don't know whether they're true.
I think on that hinges the whole story, because we need to find out whether they're true or not. But on to something a lot more invigorating and exciting.
Right.
2 things. No, 3 things.
Okay.
1.
Just add one more for good measure.
No, just 3 for the time being. Okay. Kenyan cabinet last met on February 2021.
Yeah.
Uhuru has called a cabinet meeting.
For when? Next year?
No, this year, Baba. This year, Baba. This year, Baba. Huh? This year, and they are going to meet. That, and I'm not going to go into the details. Cabinet meeting has been called. That is good enough.
They are meeting tomorrow.
Yes, cabinet meeting has been called. The story, there are 2 stories that I want to talk about. First of all, you know how we complain about, this is delayed, this doesn't happen. Okay? Right. South Sudan. The proverb is from South Sudan? South Sudan.
Yes.
Right. Many South Sudan civil servants have not been paid for months as the government has run out of funds. Yeah, just hold.
Go on.
With income from oil exports allocated to servicing loans until 2027, the finance minister and affected workers said the government employees demanding salary arrears include members of the security forces, doctors, nurses, according to finance minister Agak Achuil. Right. Interesting name, Agak and then Achuil. Okay. The reason why they're not paying the arrears is that the oil money is going towards the payment of loans, which have been taken before paying some of the priorities, meaning money arrives, debts first. Have we heard this story before?
Somewhere.
It was committed.
Kabisa. Before, for some of the priorities of the government, said the reporter in Juba, the capital. Where am I going to get money if the oil has been sold in advance up to 2027?
God have mercy.
Can I continue?
Please do.
Right. Okay. The finance minister recently paid the November and December salaries. Which month are we in?
In Kenya in March, but for the rest of the world,
precisely.
May.
Let's
South
talk about
Sudan in May.
They're in May.
Yeah.
So they were paid November, December. So January, February, March, April,
May, nothing.
But there's oil.
But it's already been bought.
It was bought. Now, I think what this story is not telling us, it was
oil
also paid
was sold
for and money received.
Money had already been taken as a loan to do other things.
Paid.
So wakaambiwa wewe tupatie hii pesa.
Kuna pesa ya oil.
Hii mafuta muwe mkichukua until 2027 leteni pesa. They were given the money. So what did they do with the money? Infrastructure and other important stuff.
Have you been to Juba?
The only thing is
infrastructure. Have you been to Juba?
The only thing is, it seems that oil is like 80% of the government revenue.
Okay, let me just give you a breakdown so that we understand. Okay, the Southern Sudanese, government's monthly expenditure is 23 in Kenya shillings, 23.2 billion Kenya shillings.
That's recurrent.
Yes, monthly. Mshahara nini. This mshahara which is not being paid. Another thing is monthly.
23 billion.
Yes. Okay. Now, revenues from the oil, crude oil, sale of crude oil, 6.6 billion. Just do the maths. Amount every Sudanese legislator was given as a loan to buy personal cars. Total amounted to 4.6 billion. Billion. Everything here is in billion.
No, this one is million city.
4.6 million. Did I say billion?
Yes.
Million, not billion, million.
Sawa.
Every MP, 4.6 million per MP.
Yes. Okay. Wages, 11,559 Kenya shillings. That's the wages that are paid to the nurses, midwives per month in Southern Sudan. No. I know minimum wages in Kenya is 15,000. Yeah. I understand. Southern Sudan, nurses, etc., 11,000.
599.
Yes. The reason why this particular story caught my eye is sometimes it is good to give a little comparative analysis. When you look at the woes that you have and the problems that you have, it's not as though your problems will go away, but the perspective can't possibly harm you.
Yes.
Just to understand that not very far from you, next door, There are people who even have this crude oil we keep making noise about, and this is a situation that they find themselves in.
Imagine.
And their population is much, much less than ours. It's 11.19 million.
It's a quarter of Kenya's population.
Yes. Quarter, a fifth
Yeah.
of our population.
Their crude oil brings in 6.6 billion shillings.
Yes.
Every month.
Yes. Guaranteed.
6B.
6B, and the recurrent expenditure is what?
23 billion shillings.
That's some Houdini stuff. The potent kind, man. What?
You see, they should be making revenues from other sources,
Yes,
only
not just oil.
So oil is only 6, it's just a quarter.
Understood, but 80%
money-
of the revenue is oil.
The others now should be coming, tourism should bring in some money, all these other
Agriculture.
things.
It's okay.
Tax should bring in some.
Can I tell you that thing again?
Yes.
Of the 6.6 billion every month that comes in from oil, that is 80% of government income. Do the math, my friend.
Yeah, it is.
So what do you want them to do now?
Strong thing.
Close the country.
They should go home because this one warrants going home.
Or you want the MP to sell their cars?
They should go home. Come on.
MPs need to drive those cars, but now, okay?
It's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, how can they
Do
be
you know how
MPs?
vast that country is?
Yes.
And then you expect them to come to Juba to Parliament all the time. Anyway, that is some, not so good news. Across this other side of our border, some good news. Tanzania. The government of Tanzania has announced plans aimed at ending sugar and edible oil imports by 2025. In 3 years' time, Tanzania will not import sugar, will not import edible oils. The plans were announced by Agriculture Minister Hussein Bashe and the Minister for Investment, Industry and Trade, Ashatu Kijaji, when they addressed Parliament in the capital on Monday. Bashe said short-term measures to end edible oil imports in the next 3 years include distribution of subsidized certified sunflower seeds to small-scale growers. Long-term measures include introduction of tax incentives to large-scale investors in oil palm estates. The short-term plan on edible oil intervention has started with the distribution of the initial 3,000 tons of certified sunflower seeds to small-scale farmers. He told the House, he said the government has already allocated 10,000 hectares to one oil palm investor in Kigoma region, western Tanzania. For her part, Miss Kijaji said the government is making efforts to create an enabling environment for investments in the sugar and edible oil cultivation and processing industries. She said sugar milling is one of the top investments in the industrial parks being created in various parts of the country. Tanzania's annual consumption of edible oil is 650,000 tons, but the local production capacity is 290,000 tons annually. The country's demand for domestic sugar is 470,000 tons. The current total production is 378,000 tons. They said, we can bridge this gap, we stop importing.
I think it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, if you ask me. And that's one of the only ways. It's one of the only ways that you'll be able to lift anybody, any country, any entity out of poverty. Even think about it. You produce for yourselves and your target market is local, that everybody is buying locally. I think it's brilliant. And if they can actually pull it off, which of course is the rider, if they can actually pull it off, it would be, they would earn their stripes there, man.
One thing Tanzania has is vast land.
Vast land.
Yeah. Don't they just?
Huge.
And they're saying, bring in a big investor, we are going to give you tax incentives, come and establish this farm, grow. Okay? Now, you can imagine, if, like we've said times, if we look at EAC and we look at EAC as one and say, all right, you guys in TZ, can you grow sunflower? Can you grow palm? Just do it. Let us process.
Yes, and you grow gold. The other ones grow diamonds.
You process. You bring milk.
Yes.
You do milk, eggs, and chicken.
Yes.
You do this, that. Work as a block. Absolutely.
You know something?
Special economic zones, instead of just being a Tieka region, a Chidongo Kundu 3,000.
No.
Special economic zone is Tanzania.
Yes.
Economic zone for agricultural products of this variety is Tanzania. It's Uganda. It's Kenya.
You know something? What this president of Tanzania is doing is truly amazing. I'm saying this because for it to happen, it means it was always possible. You don't hear her announcing and making noise about, you hear about the plans which have started. Now, tell me, according to Business Daily, Tanzania currently has actually overtaken South Africa in terms of the businesses that we do with her. We are importing more goods.
From TZ?
Yes. We've moved from 17 billion Kenyan shillings to now something like 57 billion shillings. Now, the first thing that lady did, remember when she took power, this charm offensive that she's been involved in the region.
Yes.
She's gone here, a personal touch here, a personal touch there, quiet, but it is bearing fruit for her country.
Okay. Speaking about food, please, I have to tell you something. It's making me laugh. But anyway, do you remember there was a case with the NCPB and Madam Mohungu, as well as CDC MP Waluke?
Yes.
Now, Graft convict.
Where the courts found that they defrauded the NCPB.
Yes, and because of that, 79 million Kenya shillings for delivering or supplying air. Now, remember, then they were convicted of said charges and then sentenced to jail or fine. Right?
Yeah.
Now, Graft convict Grace Wahungu has defended the 297 million shillings she received from the National Cereals and Produce Board 9 years ago, terming it a legitimate payment. She said yesterday in the High Court, through herself and her business partner, John Waluke, the Seriousness MP, they were paid the amount without supplying maize. The payment was justified, she says. Through senior counsel Paul Muite, Wahungu explained that the payment stemmed from the breach of contract by NCBP PB to supply 40,000 tons of maize. While prosecuting an appeal against a 677-year sentence for Wahungu over fraud, 67, sorry.
Still many.
Still many. Mr. Muite said the conviction was not only erroneous, but the trial also lacked legal basis. He said the payment pursuant to a High Court decree approving and adopting an arbitration award. Payments such as this, in law and fact, form the basis of a criminal charge of obtaining money fraudulently. Any system of law would allow payments made by the High Court to be the basis of criminal charges, and they can only bring disrepute in the eyes of international justice. He said a company owned by the two had been contracted by the government to supply maize after drought hit the country. However, the board breached the contract by failing to give the company letters of credit upon securing maize abroad and preparing the consignment for shipment. So it's not that they were not ready to supply. You people did not give us the letters of credit, number one, and then you went and brought maize from outside. So you had to pay us. You paid us this money because you breached the contract. So it's not that you paid us and we didn't supply. You paid us money that you should have paid us because you breached the contract.
So these are facts that had been presented to the High Court and were set aside.
To the Magistrates Court, yeah.
Yes. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. In fact, he's even saying, look, the Magistrates Court made huge
according to the law. Yeah. Huge mistakes.
This is senior counsel Paul Muite.
Huge mistakes.
Acting for Waluke.
How can we allow such things to happen? If anything, these guys are on the... If anything, they're actually owed a little bit more by the board.
Well, it's a matter of appeal. It's okay, let it go through the motions. All right? Let it go through the motions. If indeed there was breach of law, fine. If there was no breach of law, can these people please go to jail? Tumalize hii story mara moja. Okay?
One time.
Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. This is a Situation Room, broadcasting on SpiceFM, on YouTube and on Facebook. In the next hour, we talk about housing and affordable, decent housing in Africa. Somebody from Habitat for Humanity International that is holding a forum from tomorrow for the next 3 days is going to be joining us. Her name is Robin Emerson. Good morning. It's 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
The chemicals alliance Kenyans has warned Kenyans to be wary of a selection of political class keen on ascending to power through deceit. Led by Deputy President William Ruto, the leaders urged voters to make informed choices on the ballot. Ruto, in addition, decried the high cost of living, especially in low-income households. The Kenya Kwanza team was in Tala, Machakos County, this time bolstered by the presence of the newly signed member, Machakos Governor Alfred Mutua. Speaking on the recent move to the Kenya Kwanza coalition, the DP claimed that the Azimio faction was arm twisting some political parties to sign agreements shrouded in mystery. Now, Nakuru Town West Member of Parliament Samuel Arama has dispelled claims of anxiety among Odinga's supporters in various parts of the country over the issue of second-in-command, saying ODM leader understands his act and will make a decision in the best interest of all Kenyans. Former Vice President and Wiper Party leader Kalonzo changed his mind to appear before a 7-member selection panel to justify why he should be considered for the running mate position. And Arama, who is also seeking third-term re-election on the ruling party Jubilee, has further lauded the Ukambani de facto leader for ignoring advice of his supporters and attend the interviews, terming the move mature, nationalist and patriotic. Now, after leaving the Azimio running mate interview in Nairobi, Kenya's special envoy to South Sudan, Kalonzo traveled to South Sudan, where he was received by Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister of South Sudan, Deng Dao Melik, in Juba. The Wiper Democratic Movement leader is expected to hold several meetings in Juba. Kalonzo also engaged in the ongoing peace process and the unification of the military. South Sudan has since 2013 been trapped in a cycle of violence due to rivalries between its President Salva Kiir and his Vice President Riek Machar. To end that cycle, several agreements were signed. The latest of those agreements is for the creation of a unified army. The agreement, which was signed by the president and his vice president, is supposed to be one of the key provisions of the 2018 peace deal. Now, Raila Odinga has promised to strengthen the bilateral relationship between Kenya and Somalia in an effort to promote Kenya's economy. Speaking when he met Eastleigh Business Association in Nairobi, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential candidate reiterated his commitment to addressing high taxes facing businesses. The Azimio leader says streamlining the Kenya Bureau of Statistics and the Kenya Revenue Authority will help set up a conducive environment for Kenyan business communities to operate. Odinga, who was accompanied by other leaders allied to the Azimio coalition, said his administration will ensure Nairobi becomes the business hub for Eastern Africa. Now, Chief Justice Martha Koome has urged actors in the justice sector to foster rights-based access to justice as she opened the second National Conference on Criminal Justice Reforms. Koome retweeted the judiciary's commitment to enhancing human rights in the criminal justice sector by widening the doors of justice using alternative justice systems. She said alternative justice systems is a key component of community-driven justice and a major aid in decongesting prisons and case backlogs in the courts. She said the use of non-state justice systems such as council of elders, extended family members, nyumba kumi, and religious institutions provided a different and sometimes more effective way to enhance access to justice. A National Assembly Speaker, Justin Muturi, has thrown out documents tabled by a Wajir woman representative Fatuma Gedi, claiming Deputy President William Ruto is a land grabber. In a ruling delivered after the House reconvened from recess, Muturi said the documents are inadmissible and fail to meet the threshold set by the rules of admissibility. The Speaker has now directed that the documents tabled during the sitting of the House on 14th of April 2022 be expunged from the records of the House forthwith. Muturi at the same time cautioned all members against making claims or allegations in the House which they cannot substantiate. Internationally, and Sri Lankan authorities issued shoot-on-sight orders to quell unrest that are seen buildings and vehicles set ablaze a day after the island was rocked by deadly violence and rioting. With thousands of security forces enforcing a curfew, the Defense Ministry said troops had been ordered to shoot on sight anyone looting public property or causing harm to life. Monday, government supporters with sticks and clubs attacked demonstrators in Colombo, protesting peacefully for weeks over a dire economic crisis and demanding President Gotabaya's resignation. Mobs then retaliated across the country late into the night, torching dozens of homes of ruling party politicians and trying to storm the Prime Minister's official residence in the capital. Police said 8 people had died. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Sasseto. Good morning.
It changes in a flash. Traffic on Uhuru Highway building up as you're getting into the city. From every roundabout, you'll see some bumper-to-bumper action until you get to Haile Selassie and then out into the CBD through to Westlands. And so that's really heavy now. Ring Road Westlands also doing that thing this morning. Coming off Waiyaki Way, quite some traffic. Not to forget, you can use the Red Hill Link Road to get off out of this traffic. It's an option for you. On the Thika Superhighway, really, really hot and heavy, bumper to bumper, everywhere you look. And now we've gone from 1, 2, 3 lanes on Kiambu Road today. And Limuru Road in and outbound traffic, folks coming and going, and that looks like it's going to be there for a while. Eastern part of the city coming off of Outer Ring, folks are trying to get towards Thika Superhighway from the other direction, avoiding the CBD, and we have traffic as a result of that. Coming off of Langata Road as well, still some traffic. So traffic hour starts early, about half hour earlier than usual. Let's keep an eye on things this morning. We want to keep it moving as best we can and be careful while we do it. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This
7 minutes
is
after
the
7.
Situation Room.
Welcome to the
only
hour,
way to start your day.
This Wednesday morning. We're here. It's the 11th day of March, 2022. Hopefully, Monday, we will jump into April. But this is if the president drives on the road.
On Saturday?
If he doesn't drive on the road.
It isn't driving, Eric. Yeah. It has to be commissioned.
See, he said driving.
That's the way he's going to commission it.
By driving?
Yes, no.
So when Eric drove on the road, he commissioned it.
He's not the president.
No. Am I the president?
I'm just asking.
Had I made that promise?
No, you're saying commission equals driving.
For the president.
For the president.
Okay. So he has to drive from that place in Mlolongo. It's called what again?
Let me get you the actual clip of the president and what he said. Okay? Are you ready?
1, 2, 3.
Hold on. This was said by President Uhuru Kenyatta on the 27th of December atop the Expressway at Uhuru Park. Okay? He said he is confident that that date given by Waziri of March, they'll be complete. And he will drive from Machakos Junction to Mahiu Junction on complete expressway.
And you know, the 31 days in March, so you're going to be 1st to 31st. So, you know, there's still...
And that's why I said we have to have this discussion as a debate. If the president just drives on a section of the road, remember the road in question is Machakos Junction
to Rironi.
How many kilometers in total?
Oh, yeah. Those are many.
Yeah.
It's only 27 of the expressway.
The expressway.
Now you can imagine from Westlands to Rironi, so a couple more kilometers. From Machakos Junction to Athi River Junction, a couple more kilometers.
These are many kilometers.
If the president just drives on 1 kilometer, is it
no, it's not
sufficient for us to jump over the month?
No.
Okay. So he has to do all. Yeah. The children of a place called Regen, next to Kikuyu, Limuru, need to know that is not how a road looks like. A proper road is a proper road with proper markings, with footbridges, not the kind of thing that they were born into.
Where you're zigzagging and avoiding vehicles as you cross the road.
Yes. Kino, people don't know roads.
Actually, what they do know is some of the houses were demolished. But be that as it may.
Yes. Give us the day's proverb, City.
Today's proverb is from Southern Sudan.
Yes.
If nakedness promises you a piece of cloth, ask it its name.
What have we just been talking about? Promises.
Promises.
Mm-hmm.
If nakedness promises you a piece of cloth, ask it its name.
Simple thing. Just name.
No, naitwa nani?
Yes.
Who sent you?
The question that I would ask, these fellows who keep giving the president dates, what on God's good green earth are they thinking? Making the president make statements that they know full well are not true and cannot. Anyway.
The PS for planning will be coming here at 8. We'll ask him. Robin Emerson is Africa Housing Forum Manager, Habitat for Humanity International Africa, is it?
Yes.
Good morning, Robin.
Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much.
I know it's not your first time on SpiceFM, but it's your first time on the hot seat.
Yes, it is. A little warm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a friendly seat.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about housing. Housing is about warmth, is about accommodation, is about making people feel at home. So feel at home, Robin.
Thank you very
Said
much.
the spider to the fly.
We're here to talk about affordable and decent housing. We've got to start with very many definitions here. So first, I think the first definition is the distinguishing between Habitat for Humanity and UN Habitat. Let's start with that.
Yes, that is a very common, people think about, when you hear habitat, they immediately either go to, yes, you are the UN, or who is Habitat for Humanity? So they have those two questions. So Habitat for Humanity is it's been in existence now for since 1976. It was started by a Christian organization of people in rural Georgia in the U.S. who were looking at housing issues and how they can come together and resolve these housing issues. And it mushroomed and it blossomed and it took over across the United States. And it is now all over the world. It's an international organization resolving housing issues, bringing together partners to resolve those issues. And right now they're at the border on Ukraine to deliver housing and various other places around the world where there's a need, where people get displaced from their housing right of dignity, safety, and shelter.
Okay. And what does UN Habitat do?
And so UN Habitat is under the UN structure, and so it has a different mandate because it works with governmental entities to pull together the resources, making certain that the mandates, the SDG 11 and other housing goals that are inside of there, pulling together the governmental relations. Habitat for Humanity is an NGO independent organization.
Okay. We're going to talk about affordable and decent housing.
Yes.
In this country, one of the big four agenda is affordable housing, delivering 500,000 units, blah, 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 by the end of the 5 years. Okay, so we know we are far off that mark, but we've seen some affordable housing projects in several parts. We know there's a Buxton one. We know there's the one in
Pangani. Yeah,
Ngara,
there's Pangani,
Pangani,
there's Park Road.
right? All those.
Yes.
But what is affordable housing? What does that mean?
Yeah. So affordable housing is it is the housing that's below market rate. And it is, as we talked earlier about some of the challenges of the promises of the road, and then there are challenges that come in, if you will, that displace how that actually gets delivered and how it gets carried out. But affordable housing here would be for people that are in that medium income of 50,000 shillings per month. And so that then, you know, by a standard, you really want your housing to be about no more than 30% of your income. And so that's about being able to pay a rent of 10 to 15,000 per month. And so we are definitely at a huge shortfall of achieving that and delivering that housing need. As you mentioned, there is a promise of 500,000 units by the end of this administration's term. And at this point, we've delivered, I think, about 1,100 units. And so, and that's where we are inside of that. So then what does that mean? I've been just talking about housing now for about 11 years. And every year we are saying that we have a 250,000 unit deficit. And these is not that if you don't achieve it one year that the 249 100,000 that didn't
It's
get
all over.
like, yes, exactly. It compounds and it grows and it grows and it grows. And so that's what we are saying is the impact of thousands of people across Kenya and across Africa that are without decent housing that provides shelter for them, security, most definitely dignity. But here's the other thing. It provides financial leg to stand on, because we know so many people, that's where you get your economic growth, is you have something to collateralize. You have something to leverage. And that's how people send their children to school. That's how people do all sorts of other things to grow up the economic ladder.
Robin, I have an issue here.
Okay.
You've said, so in the definitions, and these are the official definitions of affordable housing, you're looking at people who earn an average of about 50,000 shillings a month, and spending about a third of that in housing.
Yes.
That's about 15,000
Yes.
shillings. Now, you know very well that a majority of the Kenyan formally employed workforce is in that bracket of up to 50,000 shillings and even below. But also that they are paying over 20,000 shillings in rent. So does it mean that a majority of these people who earn 50,000 shillings a month are living in unaffordable housing?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Because if we're talking, if we did the math, 50 minus 20, there's 30,000. We've seen inflation going up. We've seen taxes going up. We're seeing what the pinch is on somebody's day-to-day life to have a family, to secure for them, to provide education. We haven't even talked about education. We haven't talked about clothing or anything else that it takes to live. It is difficult when we are not making provisions at that level.
So we're saying that there are folks who are actually looking for decent housing and are having to pay much more for it than they ought to.
Yeah, well,
with
as a
for what they earn.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
As it's financial rules or financial management, if you will, what we tell people. And the thing is not the problem, but the challenge is that our upper middle class don't necessarily feel that. That closeness, if you will, or the tightrope of life, if you will, because there's maybe a little bit more breathing room inside of life, if you will. But at the 50,000, it is every shilling is critical so that you can get those aspects of life inside of there. And so when we see bread going up, we can't see it as something just as a throw-off. It actually impacts what people are going to do, where their family are going to live. Now, we haven't even gotten to the need for housing at the 5,000 level. Like, we haven't even touched on that need.
Yep.
We haven't even...
Okay, so take us through the levels, Robin.
Yeah.
What is, I think Eric was alluding to that earlier. So what is decent housing? If you're saying you earn this amount, should it matter what you earn to then say that housing is decent? What would then characterize decent housing?
Yeah, well, first, housing is a right. Housing is a right that is enshrined in the Constitution. It's been signed by several treaties and adopted. And so, first of all, it is decent is shelter, protection from the elements. It is all of those things. And so when we talk about the impact of that not being there, we know that if it rains, what happens to you and I when we hear rain coming down? We have a different thought and a different experience of people that aren't in a decent housing, because the water does come through the roofs. They do come through your front door. You and I don't have to think about that. But decent is that the safety and the security of your elements and yourself and your body and your so forth are protected. And that is a right for everybody. And so that's what we mean by decent. And then adequate is enough, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Decent. Let's properly define it. A decent house, what must it have? Is it about the square feet? Is it about the materials used? Is it about access to sanitation and water? What exactly constitutes decent housing?
So first, the basic services is definitely the part of decent housing. So that is access to water. It is sewage. It is the other elements, if you will, electricity. It is all of that, and we are lacking in providing those basic services to everyone in need and across the country and across the continent where it's lacking. And so that is definitely a part of decent housing. The the aspect about the size of it, it varies, if you will. Now, we do know that there are people that are living in some sizes, 10 by 10s, and we know that people are existing in those spaces. But then we want to ask ourselves, is that decent?
Yeah.
So there's two different questions we have to be asking ourselves here. And then, and then the materials, right? So the materials, because of various aspects, and just because we need to be thinking about environmental aspects, we need to be thinking about the degradation of some of these materials. We are looking at introducing various alternative building supplies and building materials that does bring into this decent aspect. And so there is the Kenyan Building Institute that is innovating on various aspects. We also have what we call a shelter tech competition that has people think about what are these new technologies that can arise so that we can meet the needs of people's housing requirements.
Just to stick on just a little bit longer on that. So then decent is not pegged to how much you earn. Because somebody might have a certain amount and say, well, okay, for this what I have, then this is all right. So we're saying it's not pegged to what you earn. Regardless of what you earn, decent then must fall into these parameters.
That's correct. That's exactly correct. Yeah, and it's actually government's responsibility that is there for each and every person, with its citizenry. And so how do they govern that? It is inside of planning. It is inside of development. It is inside of looking at the private developers when they're developing what is actually happening. But we know that the government struggles to do that in Kilimani. We know that they struggle to do that in various other places. And so we can imagine the difficulty or almost the throw off nature, if you will, of some of the informal settlements as well.
People always think about, when you hear, affordable, decent housing, they think urban areas.
Yes.
And then they think about the informal parts of the urban areas. But housing is a right, like you said, for everybody across the country. So I'm going to ask you, if somebody living in a mud-walled house, grass-thatched, with no cement, with just a door and a small window, is that decent or is it not?
Well, so decent does have context. So decent does have context to it. And so so inside of, and again, we talked about, the various economic levels. So it has context. Do we desire for that to be the standard and the place where someone stays? Are they protected from, if we come back to it, are they protected from the elements? Are they not being, I used to do work in the jiggers field also. Are they not, the ground level, is this one that is not allowing for infestation and so forth? But the thing about that, Eric, is that traditional housing actually has a lot that we can learn from. We don't want to scrap a lot of what was being done at those levels because in our mind, how we see them, what we might think about them. But we have so much that we can learn from those traditional housing structures.
There are two concepts that keep running through my head. We're talking about affordable housing, but I'm thinking of low-cost housing.
Yes.
And I'm thinking about a third element, and that is technology that enables the cost of these houses or the housing to actually be not just only affordable, but also to be cheap. And that's where this discussion about what you call traditional housing comes in. Bricks are made from mud. The only thing is it goes through a process before it becomes a brick. Now, the question I would ask is, institutions that train people to use material that are locally available to do the very thing that they want. We used to have village polytechnics, we used to have polytechnics, they still exist in a manner of speaking. But in the absence of the training of individuals who can make these things possible at the levels, at every level that we are speaking of, even as we talk about low-cost housing or cheap housing, the people who will be involved will be business people. And the moment business people are involved, there's a profit element that has to come in. And if the profit element has to come in, then how then do you merge this with the two phrases, cheap housing, affordable housing? And then you bring in the element of profit.
So the government does have a building technologies researcher innovation. And so it is for them to spur and to make certain that these new innovations are continuing to be developed. And CT, there are so many people that are taking on these new building technologies with various brick technologies and so forth. Even Habitat for Humanity, inside of our shelter tech and our learning and our centers, we have supported many people that are doing just that and bringing that about. But I will bring this back to you. It is the government's responsibility to find out ways to keep these at a low cost, if you will. So they have to. It is the government's way to how do you provide a way for these to come to the market in such a way that they do stay accessible. Because once they start to be a premium or something accessible, they then affect the cost of the housing. And so government is still trying to figure out I don't know if it's tax incentives. How do you reduce the cost? How do you put in more ways so that these can be more accessible and greater use? And the other part is the production of them to scale. That's actually, another big challenge is that if you're producing such a limited number, then that does make it more exclusive and elusive, if you will.
For the longest time in this country, if you looked at housing, say in urban areas, the biggest developer was actually the government. For the longest time, or municipalities as they were in those days. And we had national housing. It's what they did. And there are many estates strewn right across the country that were national housing projects.
Yes.
Okay? The name still exists, national housing. As to whether the animal is still alive, it's a completely different story.
It is. It's been building houses in the counties.
Okay. And how many per year, say?
I don't know.
Precisely. What I'm trying to say is, they were once the major player in this field. Putting up 2 units when you know very well that the demand is probably 100 units. Yeah, you are not doing nothing, but you are really not helping solve the problem. Why am I saying this, Robin? I'm saying this because when you see the government knows full well what it ought to do. The government even has a structure within which it can do this. The question I would ask is, why are they not doing it? That is the question I would ask.
Well, I know that a lot is being done. Newly, it's how is it being picked up? We know that there's a Kenya mortgage refinance that has come on, and it's trying to make its impact.
Is that thing really alive?
It exists. Yes, yes.
And it's working.
Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Corporation. Yes,
and it's working.
People are putting money into it. I think the modalities of how then the money can get out of it to go into housing are also aligned. There's something.
Something.
Yeah, there's something.
There's a
only issue, just like with everything with government, is how many people know about it. How many people need to know about it? So, Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Corporation would make sense if everybody knew about it and was putting money into it.
That was the purpose, really. It was intended for everyone to put money into it. Anyway, this isn't a form of flogging. Government effort.
I'm curious as to, go ahead.
Please go ahead. No,
I'm curious as to the model then that Habitat for Humanity works with. So, what exactly happens here? Because obviously, there's a provision of habitable spaces for people to come. So, what model do you use to make sure that, and how many put-ups have we seen around Kenya?
Yes. So Habitat for Humanity, we've actually been across Africa now for over 40 years. We're in 9 different countries across Africa. And our model is to work with partners inside the side of advocacy, and so working with people to look at what are the development structures. How do we convene people together to talk about housing from all the different spheres and so forth. So Habitat for Humanity, that's our role. But we're also, Habitat for Humanity is known for people actually going to sites and building houses. I think oftentimes people think about Habitat for Humanity, they've seen Jimmy Carter or some other people actually being somewhere and building houses.
Yes.
And so it's really highlighting the need for housing. It's bringing housing to such a forefront, if you will, because I think when we think about the various economic contributions to a society or the GDP, we hear of education, we hear of health, but housing doesn't get the prominence of its role. Housing contributes 16% to a nation's GDP, and that's because of the jobs, because of the manufacturing, because of all of these various elements. And so Habitat for Humanity brings housing to the forefront of discussion when we talk about one's development plans, and making certain that it doesn't get left as a byproduct, and we see it as a key driver inside of delivering on all of these other items is how we see it. Is without housing, where is one existing before we even talk about the health? Because the health is very directly tied to one's housing, as we've seen in the pandemic. When the pandemic broke out and we told people go home, and then we come back to, is that home decent?
Right. So on whose shoulders does the responsibility lie? Are we looking at then government responsibility for putting up this affordable and decent housing? The government vis-a-vis the private sector, which obviously is a commercial enterprise, upon whose responsibility does it lie primarily?
Because it's a right, it's ultimately the government's. And so it's the government to think about how we're going to do that through the various partnerships. Because government, again, 10 years, 250,000, that's 3 million units, if you will, that we're just here behind in Kenya. In Nigeria, 14 to 16 million deficit. In Ghana, we're looking at almost 4 million deficit. And to do that, all of that is like a $30 billion. So it can't do it on its own. We know that there's so many demands. And so its government's job is to get out of the way, if you will, facilitate this, make certain that it's to the values and the standards that the government sets, and make certain that it is delivering, if you will, delivering, because it has a real impact on a day-to-day basis when we aren't addressing this.
It's 7:30, time for us to take this quick break. Robin, you have a phone. We want to update you about the latest phones in the market, and these are Samsung A33, A53, and A73. And do tell about the
so you
awesomeness.
Take pictures, right?
I do.
You take a lot of pictures.
I do.
So now here's this opportunity.
Yes.
So this CT and Eric have been calling it a camera masquerading as a phone. So what it does, this series takes pictures in the detail. And you don't even have to be so particular about it. One of the features that I saw that I absolutely love is that you can take the phone and just kind of like pan across where you want to take pictures, and it'll take those pictures in rapid succession, up to 15 snaps for you. Can you believe it? Just by doing that. A flick of the wrist and all your pictures in detail. Exactly. It's awesome. And that's what it is.
Awesome.
It's awesome. Samsung says it's awesome.
And we want you to win as well. If you go onto social media manager Nyambura will be posting a question. What makes your Samsung phone awesome? What makes your Samsung phone awesome? Then, depending on who responds and how they respond, you'll pick one to win a beautiful, awesome hamper from Samsung. 27 to 8. Time for that break.
You know, when you see someone being jailed, a governor or two or someone who stole, then people will fear. Because our problem is not the borrowing, it's the stealing.
We've become actually a nation of thieves. The only thing we lack is an opportunity to steal.
The guys who quote the Bible and say, I'm a Christian and all that, and you know they're thieves. Return what you have stolen 4 times. If you know that you have property or anything that you have stolen, just return and say, my God does not allow me to hold stolen things.
We are also a reflection of you, because you elect us. You know, we don't get into our office by ourselves. We are a reflection of the people who elect us.
We don't want to go to the streets. We have a constitution that enables us as such. Our will.
When the legislators are now being taken as hostage by the executive for whatever reason, we are now bound by what they want us to do.
This is just outside the realms of reality.
We have impunity written into the DNA of our political class.
How old were you when you learned that Jeshi la Wokovu is Jeshi la Wokovu?
I can't say it very well.
And everyone knows. Okay.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, we're looking at a haze over the city of Nairobi in some parts. Cloudy conditions at 17, highs of 26 and lows of 13. It's mostly cloudy in Nakuru, highs of 27 and lows of 14. 25 will be the high. In a rainy Nyeri at 17 and we'll see lows of 15. And it's 14 degrees and sunny in Eldoret, highs of 26 and lows of 13. All right, it's raining in Mombasa. 31 will be the high, lows of 26 and rain as well in Malindi at 27 with highs of 31. We'll see lows of 27. Mostly sunny conditions in Kisumu this morning at 21, highs of 29, and at 29 that'll be the high in a mostly sunny Kakamega currently at 27. It's raining in Kampala at 21, highs of 28 and lows of 19, while mostly sunny conditions in Dar es Salaam at 25, highs of 31 and lows of 23. All right, we're looking at clear conditions in Johannesburg. 21 will be the high, lows of 9, and mostly clear at 26 in Lagos with highs of 32. 32 will also be the high in a mostly cloudy Kinshasa at 22. That'll be today's low as well. Traffic building up on Mombasa was quite a thing this morning. We're looking at coming out from the Way Bridge, just beyond Sabaki, out towards the SGR, and then moving out towards Cabanas, that whole area, then towards North Airport, which is spilling over to Outer Ring. We've got a hold-up of traffic, and this is outbound around Imaradaima. That's going to continue for some time. Well, here's an escape route. It's called the Southern Bypass. Use that to get into the city. You'll probably get into that nook at Langata Road, but then just move along further, and you go the long way on Gong Road. You should be all right. A Southern Bypass just at that junction, however, connecting with Langata Road is doing the thing, and there's some traffic there, and it's bumper to bumper. Not quite sure what's causing that. All right, what else are we looking at? Huru Highway is packed as you get into the city and then out towards Westlands. Gong Road also building up quite some. In the belly of State House, Kilelesho, Arboretum, that whole thing is doing some magic with traffic, guys. And the Thika Super Highway is not letting up at all. Traffic hour, yes, we are. That's where we are. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Let's keep things moving.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
23 minutes to 8. Kenya's biggest conversation continues. Eric Latiff, Okoh, CT Muga, our guest this morning. Robin Emerson from Habitat for Humanity International Africa. She's the manager for the Africa Housing Forum that kicks off tomorrow. Robin, what are the main challenges? I mean, you've worked with, you've looked at what the governments are doing across the continent. What are the main challenges to the realization of affordable housing?
So I like to think of those challenges in kind of a triangular fashion, if you will. There's land, if you will. So we have land issues. How do we unlock some of the challenges with land? As we've seen in various places, we've seen in Nakuru, just around here, Nakuru, Kwajenga, people that the access and the ownership and so forth of land is very tenuous. How do we get tenure of land? It's a huge aspect that we are having challenges with all across Africa, but also women rights to land ownership and use, and cultural and socioeconomic, all of those aspects is a huge critical factor. But then also the building process itself is a huge challenge inside of housing. If we're talking about the methods and the ways of doing business in various countries, if we're talking about the regulations in various countries, if we're talking about the provision, and then the materials, if you will. I mean, just moving from the mindset of stone to other new building technologies has been a huge leap just inside of the market, if you will. So how do we even just bring in new technologies that introduce that does drive down the cost, and it provides mass and additional housing. But then also there is the other aspect of the people aspect and the rights and so forth. This is a huge aspect inside of the housing sector that we are really having challenges. Now, encapsulate all of that inside of this ticking time bomb called climate change. So I kind of like to wrap all of that inside of this ticking time bomb that is telling us we have got to come up with ways that we make certain that people are located in places that are, the barriers are not degrading. We are now building on ravines. We've seen sometimes where we're building on ravines. So we have to be thinking about, again, how this climate change, how we can be building and repurposing properties so that we are not finding ourselves on the back foot. We've seen in South Africa the floods that have affected so many people, and those people are now homeless and looking for shelter. It is a huge aspect that encapsulates this already huge, enormous challenge of housing.
But Robin, when you bring in the environment and you paint this picture, and you've painted it really well, I have to ask the question, what role then does planning play in all this? Because people building where they shouldn't build, tenure, all these things, are these... Anyway, I've asked the question. So
you asked it to an urban planner, yes. And I think sometimes we walk down the street with either our heads covered or our eyes or something another. They're like, did you plan for this? Like, did you plan for no pavement? Did you plan for... planning plays a critical part. But I think what is, as we've seen in various places, we can plan, but who's doing the implementation? That's where the challenge is because now we have various interests that come in and want to take those plans that are, if you will, thought out because of, hopefully because of public participation was in there, and the people have said, this is what we'd like to see, and this is where we think these are the best places. And I also have tacit knowledge of this place, and I know this place floods regularly. And so I want to tell you, don't build that thing there, or don't put that there. But we do want more spaces for our children to play and be safe. We do want more parks and public spaces and green areas. We do want that. But what happens, and we've seen this even in G Park, I mean, really beautiful plans for public spaces, but then interest comes in. And so when we talk about corruption, this is one of the places. It's not just in all of the other spheres of society. It is front and center inside of the built environment sector as well. And it has a huge impact when we go off of we get off the path and we forge our own direction. I think we see it in so many ways, but it is critical that we do stay on plans that will give us the quality of life that we all desire.
So the problem is not lack of funding. The problem to have decent and affordable housing or green spaces, open spaces in cities, in smaller towns across country is not for lack of funds. If from what I'm hearing, then it's the lack of implementation, it's lack of will to get it done, and it's just corruption.
Yeah, there are aspects that it is seeping out, faster. Like it's kind of the image of you being in the boat and the water is in it, but it's coming as much as you are solving a problem. More water is coming inside of the boat, and so that is kind of what we are. But it's not just even the government's role. We also, Habitat is to how do we empower people to exercise their rights and attend those spaces where those decisions are being made. Because how do we not have those decisions be made in cloak areas, and so how do we the participation and transparency and inclusion, all of those aspects are critical so that the visions that we do have, what we are aspiring for society, are getting carried out and they're being known by all.
As you're speaking, and I'm thinking of some of the low rent areas that we have in big cities, it brings one to the perennially the economic question: why is there the urban drift? Why do people leave wherever they are and come to the urban centers? And again, I go back to planning. Why is it not possible for the planners, again, you'll come with the implementation, but why is it not possible now that we have a county system for the very things that draw people into the so-called big towns? Why can this not be divvied up so that there are other units of habitation that exist in a specific area, so the very problems we're speaking about doesn't actually arise in the first place?
Well, about 10 years ago, Nairobi County did set out and do a Nairobi Metropolitan planning, the new plan, Nairobi Urban Plan, sorry. And it set out to do just that, CT, where we would have nodes around where these development centers are happening and where we would see different aspects that are taking place. That was, I think, about almost 8 or so years ago, and we need to ask ourselves and go look at where's the evaluation of that? Where have we reached on the development of that plan?
Why did they do this plan?
Well, it's actually a constitutional requirement in the Urban Cities Act that each county that does that has a plan, and then they're supposed to report on a regular basis on the status of that plan's progress, and every 5 years develop a new one. So as we see in Nakuru, that our latest city, they're to develop their own, and that's the participatory part, and that's why we all need to be asking, where is that, right? And that's part of what that educational part is. And when we have multi-stakeholders coming together and evaluating that, we can work together and not be so shocked when we might read and be like, wow, we are so far off. But we can, on a regular basis, be seeing, oh, wait a minute, if we don't do this, this is going to have an impact. Or what did you decide to do as a mitigating factor so that these housing goals are still achieved? It's all of our duty to be interested in that new plan and to find out. It's well over its evaluation time.
The definition of these entities that we refer to as towns, cities, townlets, and what have you, are those is it also implicit in the definitions of what it is that those entities must have for them? So if they then do, then it means that the very thing that, for instance, people crowded Nairobi for, if Nakuru is supposed to live up to its new title, then literally everything that Nairobi has, Nakuru ought to have.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a new city, but it does at each population level. It does have, listed out inside of the Constitution what that calls for, if you will. So it is a big deal for them to have been elevated to that status. And so, at each population level, it says you would have this, you would have access to that, and so forth. And so, yeah.
Okay. Take a deep breath.
Breathe in.
It's my day today.
Ready? Go.
I'm ready.
Fire, go.
Oftentimes, by way of comparison, is where you see then the gaps, and you say, okay, could we then have done this? Let's take a look at nations that then were able to build for their people. Who were, and I say that carefully, but who were able to make sure that this right then is delivered to its people. What is it that they did that made it possible to say that there was not going to be a housing problem, low cost, decent, affordable, high cost, whatever, but making sure that people have a place to live? What is it that was done? If there are examples of a few here and there, I mean, I know a few, but from what you've seen, from that urban development planning eye, what was done that is lacking in some of these other countries that we see?
I think
good thing is that you're an urban planner.
Yes.
So you have studied this thing.
Yes.
So you have several case studies. You will give us one.
Well, I mean, I come from. I've lived in some of the best, well-designed cities around, and like Seattle and Austin, Texas, and some of those. The thing is that what happens is you don't deviate from your plan. I just can't say that enough. I just cannot. I can't say it enough. I just can't say
Robin, we have a problem.
Houston, we have a problem here.
We plan for the sole purpose of deviating from it.
But is in place so that we can deviate from it.
Deviating is part of the plan. Plan item number one. Deviate.
Yes.
And then carry on.
Then move on.
Evaluate said deviation.
Yes. Come with evaluation, deviate further. Yes.
But I think that if we see it that way, what we've done is we're leaving it to actually the people in government to do that. And that's not where the sole responsibility lies. It lies with all of us to be informed of that plan, to understand what is in the plan, what is my right, how do I access and go and demand for it to say, listen, this was supposed to be happening in my ward. This was supposed to be happening in various areas. Now, that's not to say that there's not a lot happening. There is a program of the slum upgrading program that the government has implementing, and there are a lot of challenges to that, because on the other side we do see evictions still happening in various places, and so I think that it's how do we keep a singular focus? How do we keep housing as a necessity, as a right by all, and that we all play a role in together to figure out how we can carry this out. In addition to what are the innovations that are necessary on the largest scale as possible, that they're accessible, that they're implemented, but we can't give up and we can't be discouraged because of maybe what is clause 1 or 2 that may be getting carried out.
So you'll be hosting a forum from tomorrow for the next 3 days that brings in various stakeholders from government to private sector to organizations such as yourselves to everybody else, to the financial sector, that are looking at involvement in the housing sector. A similar thing happened in December. City. The Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, it's in existence. In fact, in December, it hosted a national forum in Naivasha. On the 8th and the 9th of December, it was called the Affordable Housing Conference. It brought in various stakeholders. Was Habitat for Humanity represented?
It's possible. I've only been there. Yeah.
They were all there. And they came up with, what they called the declaration.
Yes.
So this is the Naivasha Declaration?
Yeah, the Naivasha Declaration on housing, on affordable housing. We, the hosts of the Affordable Housing Conference, having met with key stakeholders from the public and private sectors over 2 days in Naivasha, Kenya, express our commitment to work together in leveraging demand and supply linkages and charting new frontiers in the delivery of affordable housing across the Republic of Kenya. We note, number one, and I want to focus on that, the existing challenges in the affordable housing ecosystem, including high property prices, unrelated high cost of land, high incidental costs, delays in property registration, related lack of effective offtake, among others, present an opportunity for discussion on ways in which to break barriers to the affordable housing program. So there were several points, there were 10 points of what they noted, including the affordable housing deficit in the country, the need to build systems among stakeholders, the need for public-private partnership, the need to accelerate investment in greener housing, need to remember who affordable houses are built for, hence accounting for the lower income population, need for additional technical capacity in implementation of land reforms, the need to unlock housing incentives, which would contribute to significant cost reductions, the need to amend the definition of infrastructure bonds in the Income Tax Act in order to facilitate corporates to raise sustainable long-term funding to support housing and other social amenities. So all those things have been discussed. Everybody knows the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing was present, the National Treasury was present, key stakeholders were present. These challenges, everybody, even without going to Naivasha, could have told you these are the challenges, all right? So even as you discuss this, let's say, the housing forum that's going to take place, and these are the challenges, how do we unlock, how do we move away from these challenges to solutions? Yes. How do we get this affordable housing? The big one, if you talk to developers, they'll tell you, cost, man. I've got to buy land. Land is expensive. Then I've got to buy the material. That's expensive. Then I've got to do the registration, and that is expensive. By the time I'm going to market, that thing is not in the bracket of affordable housing, and it will not be.
Yeah. I think one of the things about the housing sector is there are so many people singing from that hymnal of affordable housing and those various items. But what we are lacking, if you will, is the ability to track where we are. There's so many people at different areas that it's difficult to actually know are we moving, if you will, in lock and step, if you will, in these directions? And that's what we hope the Africa Housing Forum will do, is that because it's people from all across Africa, it's not just Kenya. We'll have over 12 African countries representatives being here in Kenya in person. It's a 600 people event that will be also in this hybrid event. And so we're not talking about one country, if you will, this is what you're doing, this is what we're doing. What we're saying, Africa-wide, let us all know as a benchmark where we are. And not to say that this information is not known, if you will, because it's very known, and there are various activities and conversations about affordable housing. I think what we're looking for is what are we measuring, and how are we holding people accountable, and how are we moving this forward? That's what we hope out of this Africa Housing Forum, is that we have come up with some way to actually, on a unified level for Africa, that we have outlined these activities, and then governments will hold their own discussions. It's their duty to do that, but it's our duty to be able to say, well, where are we in reality on those items? Where have we reached on those items? Are there new partners that need to be brought in? Are we thinking about affordable housing financing schemes that are being innovative so that we can meet these demands? All of this innovation is not going to be housed alone in governmental offices and the people that work there. We need innovation. We need thinking about how we can solve this. And so the Africa Housing Forum is looking to bring all of that together, to start to document it, to walk together, and that we're looking at what our progress is. That's our dream for that.
Since time, I mean, even as these conversations are being had at this, through this forum and such, has there been improvement? That's question one. Question 1A is, do you then find that having the conversation, and if there has been improvement, that development begets development, right? You see it and it wants to mushroom into something else. So then do you think that having the conversation and keeping it front and center then will invite more development and more people just doing what they're supposed to do?
Yes, well, actually, this is the first Africa Housing Forum. So in the various other regions where Habitat exists, in Europe, in Asia Pacific, in Latin America, in the Caribbean areas, they've been having these housing forums in their regions. And it is doing just that, as you talked about. It is bringing together, and development is begetting development, and they are seeing the progress. And that's why we are excited that Habitat has made the investment to convene for the first time this discussion on the Africa region, so that we can do just that, and we can all be together and singing again on hopefully one page, if you will, in that hymnal.
different hymnal altogether.
Yes. So I can allow me to come back and report and say what the difference that this South Africa Housing Forum has made.
What I would like to say will take much longer, so I will hold my peace.
You'll hold?
I'll hold my
completely.
Peace. Completely.
Okay.
Yes.
Move towards affordable housing. I mean, it's a good thing, I keep saying. It's a good thing that the president said, this is going to be my big four, part of my big four agenda, because what it has done is mainstreamed the conversation about housing and exposing what exactly the gaps are in affordability of decent housing in Kenya. Now, they have made some progress. How many? 1,100 units?
Yeah, about that.
From 500,000.
The target of 500,000?
500,000.
At least.
You see? Again.
At least kuna kitu bwana.
It's just a small matter of 4,490.
490,000. It's an achievable target.
Eric, if you knew the bottlenecks that people who would want to partner with the government have to face in order to even implement these, the bottlenecks, forget the cost, just the bottlenecks.
The biggest hurdle is the mind of government.
It's the mind.
All right? So the president will talk all these things, but then the people who are sitting there to implement. We've had conversations with the PS for housing, Hinga. He's just coming, from private sector. He's thinking, let's move. And then he sits back and he's told, we are moving.
And this dinosaur.
Siwe ngoja, tunasonga, bona PS. Usijali.
He's actually doing
Yeah. So, for example, last week, we need to have a meeting next week.
And that meeting, for us to actually discuss it in the manner that is required, we need to go to Naivasha.
And you need to send minutes, the agenda in advance.
Yes.
And have you
We
sent
need
the
a
agenda?
meeting to create that agenda.
And it can't be a 2-day meeting.
You sent the agenda, but it was not in the body of an email, of a letter. So you need to put it in the body of a letter.
And secondly, the format in which we usually send these things is this, and not, hey, okay.
So the time comes and you don't hold a meeting. Robin, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak about this important issue. Thank you.
Yeah, like you said, we'll call you back
Yeah,
here after some time just to keep track of what's happening in terms of housing, keeping the conversation about housing alive and kicking. And as you walk out, you'll be meeting with the PS for planning. Talk to him about the plans.
I will do that.
Tell
I
him
used to actually work at the Ministry of Planning, so that's pretty exciting.
Okay. So you will meet with the man who is the boss of the people that you left there. Keep it here for more conversations coming up. Saitoti Chorome is the Principal Secretary for Planning in the Ministry of the National Treasury and Planning. We'll be talking about the economic performance of the country in the last 1 year. Keep it here for that. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
This is
the latest news from around the world.
Director of Public Prosecutions Nordin Haji now says the forceful disappearance of suspects only for their bodies to be discovered in mortuaries has tarnished the criminal justice system. Haji said the recent reports on killings and dumping of bodies in River Yala has eroded public confidence in the security department. He said accusations of torture, forceful disappearance and arbitrary detention are worrying incidents, noting that they had bred great distrust in criminal justice actors from the public.
The increasing cases of victim families decrying enforced disappearances, for example, and the River Yala situation is also evidence of a criminal justice system that is critically violating the rights of the accused. It is instances such as this that breed great distrust in criminal justice actors from the public. As such, we are perceived as the sources of insecurity rather than beacons of protection, law and order. This perception undermines the rule of law and goes against the tenets of democracy.
Haji spoke during the annual National Conference on Criminal Justice Reforms in Naivasha, organized by the National Council on the Administration of Justice. Nairobi Governor aspirant Johnson Sakaja has vowed to absorb 1,600 healthcare workers that were hired on contract by the Nairobi Metropolitan Services if elected into office come August. This after Sakaja met health sector officials at his campaign headquarters, where they appraised him of the challenges they face and sought to get his commitment to address them once elected. The official said promotions have not been done in many years and some employees have moved up only one grade in about 20 years. Now, Embakasi East Member of Parliament Babu Owino has been suspended from the National Assembly for 5 days over gross misconduct. Speaker Justin Muturi made the communication when the House convened after a 3-week break. The Speaker directed the Sergeant-at-Arms to ensure the legislator does not access Parliament presence or attend any committee meetings. The action was taken against the legislator for defying orders last month to leave the chambers following an altercation when Wajir woman representative for Dumagedi was tabling evidence allegedly linking the Deputy President to land grabbing. The session turned chaotic when a section of MPs, in a show of solidarity, blocked the ejection of the MP, forcing the Speaker to adjourn proceedings. Now, Kasimba village residents in Ombaso Bay County were left in shock and disbelief after a man hacked a brother's wife to death after his wife walked out on him. The man also attempted to commit suicide after the incident. According to residents, the man accused his sister-in-law of causing his wife to leave him. Lilis Washira Chonyo, South Sub-County Police Commander, confirmed the incident, saying the victim, Rosa Tieno, was found lying in a pool of blood outside her house with multiple deep cuts on her body. Now, police officers from Adungosi Police Station in Teso South Sub-County, Busia County, intercepted a lorry from Uganda carrying 31 containers, 250 liters each, suspected to be ethanol. The lorry also had other illegal goods equivalent to almost 10 million shillings along Busia-Kisumu Road. Busia County Commissioner Ahmed Omar said that the driver of the lorry acted suspiciously, defying police order to stop the attempt by the suspect to escape back to Uganda. Bonu Fruits as he was intercepted near Busia Township Primary, where 2 other suspects managed to escape to Uganda, leaving the driver behind. Now, Saudi Arabia's General Authority of Civil Aviation has announced the harmonizing air travel policy, a framework that will make international travel simpler, easier and more enjoyable by removing the confusion over travel requirements currently discouraging millions of people from booking flights. Designed in cooperation with the UN's International Civil Aviation Organization, the proposed framework will eradicate international travel confusion for passengers, carriers and governments by creating a single, clear, up-to-date online resource setting out requirements for entry to all participating countries. The policy will be submitted to the International Civil Aviation Organization General Assembly with the objective of receiving approval from member states in October of this year. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin has ordered regional officials to do more to tackle fires raging in Siberia after at least 8 people were killed over the weekend and hundreds of buildings burned. Putin warned that there should be no repeat of last year's fires, which were the biggest on record for Russia. Putin said fires were causing significant material damage and posing a threat to life, the environment and the economy. This year so far, there have been 4,000 forest fires on an area of 270,000 hectares. That's an area around the same size of Luxembourg. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Arseto. Good morning.
It's building up everywhere you look around the city. Rilo Dingaway, then coming onto Gong Road. Some traffic there because of what's going on Langata Road today. Huru Highway is also really busy as you're getting into the city out towards Westlands. Jogo Road started really early this morning and we're seeing traffic on Landis Road out towards then Kamkunji at the roundabout. Coming off the Thika Super Highway, still really heavy today. And we're going way past Safari Park, still really heavy, bumper to bumper. And not too bad on Kiambu Road this morning, but that is likely to build up again as we look at it in a few. And we're also seeing traffic in and outbound on Limuru Road today and well into the belly of Westlands and Parklands, and everybody else in there is experiencing major traffic this morning. Coming off Juja Road, coming off Komarok Road, towards Outer Ring, also coming off Kangunda Road, it continues. We're in the middle of traffic hour. Let's see what happens in an hour or so, but we'll talk in between. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debate, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur,
Kenya's biggest conversation,
chair,
7 minutes after 8, 11th day of March 2022. Other countries have moved over into May. We're still here, but hi Duru, Hewala, shall bid our time. We have the PS for planning in with us in the studio. We'll explain to him how come we are still in March, and then he'll explain to us how come we are still in March. But let's first hear the day's proverb from C.T. Muga.
Yes, the proverb is from Southern Sudan. Mm-hmm. If nakedness promises you a piece of cloth, ask it its name.
Ask nakedness
its name.
Its name.
It comes to you offering you a piece of cloth. Say, okay, thank you very much. You, sir. You, madam. What is your name?
My name is nakedness.
Precisely. So this cloth you're offering me, surely.
Mganga hajigangi bwana. You want to ask me why I'm still naked? No. I'm offering to help you.
Well, why don't you help yourself first so that I can see how the help works?
Isn't it just so?
I don't want. I'm doing this for public good.
Well, public good is telling you it wants to see how it works.
Yeah. In advance.
In advance. Then we'll be convinced that it actually really works. So that piece of cloth you're offering me, put it on your forehead. Let's see how it works, how it looks.
Okay. So, our economy is growing. That's what we've been told by the government. There's a lot that's happened in the economy in the recovery post-COVID-19, and that's why the Principal Secretary in the National Treasury and Planning, the State Department for Planning, is here with us. Bwana Saitoti Torome, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Asante sir.
That's the hot seat, and in fact we like it when you have government there on the hot seat because government is always about dealing with fire. That is the work of government. Either lighting up fires to warm up people's homes, light a fire so that people can have something to eat, put out fires when they become too dangerous. So it's a hot seat. We've told you that we are going to explain why we are still in March. It's because there are several things that are still supposed to happen before we go to the end of March. Okay? And this is coming from the plans that the government has in place. And because you're the man in charge of planning. Number one, there is the plan and the promise to lower the cost of electricity by a whopping 33%. First batch was done in early January, 15%. Second bit, 15%, was to happen by the end of the first quarter. We have not seen that second bit. So we are not yet the end of the first quarter. We are not in a hurry. Well, that's why we are not in a hurry to close the quarter. Then there's a launching of the various infrastructure projects, specifically the Expressway, and then the section between the Machakos turnoff into Kitengela turnoff, the other section between ABC Place and the Maimahiu turnoff at Rironi. Those ones, the president himself said, he's been told by the people who are working on this that March, they'll be done. And he's looking forward to unveiling them, while at the same time he then now launches a new project which will be implemented into the next administration of the road between the Mau Summit, Rironi, from Rironi to Mau Summit.
Yes.
So we are not yet moving into April because, we're giving the government time. What's the plan? Bwana Planning PS.
Just as you know,
yes.
In Kenya we plan through Vision 2030.
Yeah.
That is the national plan. That is the national blueprint. And then within the Vision 2030, we normally have what we call the medium-term plan. The first one was from 2008 to 2012. That we had the second medium-term plan from 2013 to 2017. Then currently we are having the third medium-term plan, which runs from 2018 to 2022. So it's coming to an end this year. But we have also started the process of preparing the fourth medium-term plan, which is actually the second last one, which will guide us from 2023 to 2027. And then from 2027 to 2030, we shall have a short medium-term plan. Then before we reach 2030, we shall be having a discussion on which will be our next long-term development plan. And for sure, what I can say, we have seen a lot of development in our country, particularly infrastructural development. And this has mainly due to the government commitment in implementing the plan. What we normally say, there was a time when Kenya was known to be very good in planning. Other countries will come, they will see our plans, then they benchmark, then they go and implement, then they bypass us. But I think we have seen a lot of differences, especially from 2003 when the late President Kibaki took over. So there was a lot of emphasis not only in planning, but in making sure that the plans are implemented. And that's why, for example, we have, the SGR, we have a lot of roads have been constructed, then we have a lot of development in the ICT sector, where the mobile phones are very many. Even the area where it was very difficult to reach, they are now reachable. Like last month when we were doing county consultation for the MTP 4, it was a surprise to drive all the way up to Maralal. No problem. The roads are good.
No pothole.
No pothole.
We were on the tarmac road.
We were on the tarmac road all the way for Maralal. And then there has been a lot of expansion. If it is, for example, the airports, we have quite a number of airports, international one. Then we have a lot of, even a lot of reforms in agriculture. All this is because, unlike there before, when we used to plan, but we are not very serious with the implementation, in nowadays, things have to be implemented through performance contracting. And also we monitor. We actually do a lot of monitoring and evaluation on the plans that are being implemented. Then we talk about the big four. They are always monitored. There is always quarterly report on the implementation of those. So there has been a lot of, and that's why we have seen our country making a lot of progress with regard to infrastructure, education, is because we are keen in implementing what is in the plan.
Okay, that's interesting that you say that, Bonapias. You've talked about using 2030 as the benchmark plan for everything, all of this being delivered, all of these infrastructure development being delivered through the Vision 2030, which essentially is a plan, a huge plan on its own. And then there's the MTPs that come, in succession throughout this time. In terms of percentages, how would you say that the plans then have been implemented up until this particular, number? This threshold has been met. So what is the percentage of plan implementation in the country from the onset of Vision 2030 until where we are now?
It's high, okay. We cannot provide a specific number, but what normally happens is that most of the plans are actually implemented, because we try to look at, if, for example, because I have talked about 4 medium-term plans. No, this is the fourth one. We are coming up with the fourth one. We have at least implemented 3. And if you look at the way we have actually implemented them, sometimes when we fail to implement a certain project, it is carried over to the next planning implementation stage. And that is how we progressively go on in implementing them. So we can say, in fact, we actually implement almost 80% of what is in those projects.
Really? So would you say then, what is your satisfactory index then? How satisfied are you that the plans that have been set out then are being implemented in the country?
There is a very high rate of satisfaction, because you know there are some things that people see, they can see, they can feel them.
Yes.
So that is the satisfaction index. People can feel them, they can see them. For example, there was a time when to go to Mombasa, it was only through either road or air. But nowadays there is the SGR, which is very comfortable, a very good thing.
And the road is smooth.
And the road is smooth.
And there's a time when the road to Mombasa was not smooth all the way.
Leave alone that. There was a time, even the roads here in industrial area were in a very pathetic situation.
Actually, let's just be holistic about it. The roads in Nairobi were no roads. That is true. You navigated to avoid the road, even as you're traveling by car. Yes.
Yeah, and then you'd also find there are very many things that, when we talk about implementation of plans, and when you talk about Vision 2030, many people focus on the infrastructure side. But there were several areas, there were several pillars that were going in Vision 2030. There's a socio-economic political side, Politically, there's been some reform. Yes, we have a new constitution. We have a new devolved system of government. We have all these things. On the other side, socially and all, there are things that have happened. But when I hear you say that, there's almost an 80% success rate of the implementation of Vision 2030, I'm hearing you basically saying that by the time we get into 2030, the whole idea of moving Kenya into a medium economy, industrialized country will actually be realized. Is that reality? That by 2030, this country will be a medium income industrialized country?
Yes.
In the next 7 years or so?
Yes, it will be possible because, let me give you an example. When we started Vision 2013 in 2008, we were actually a low-income country. But when we did the rebasing in 2014, and rebasing is done by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, whereby a lot of data is collected, and they look at how the income of the country has changed. In 2014, when we did the rebasing, Kenya now jumped from being a low-income country to a lower middle income. So we have already attained lower middle income
status
by 2014. Although that one now has got its own consequences. When we now become a lower middle income, we are no longer treated like a least developed country. We are treated like a country that is actually strong, and sometimes even we are even subjected to commercial loans. We now get a lot of grants for poor countries. So we attained that in 2014. So as we lay now the foundation, particularly infrastructural development, social development, we are hopeful that by 2030 we shall be a middle-income country. And one of the ways in which we can actually become a middle-income country is emphasizing on things like manufacturing. And that is why His Excellency the President has come up with the Big Four. Those Big Four, that is food security, which will focus more on agriculture. Then we talk about manufacturing. And then we talk about housing. And then we talk about universal healthcare. If the Big Four agenda is implemented to the letter, it will have a lot of impact on our economy, and by 2030 we shall be a middle-income economy.
Already we have seen what appears that in the Big Four agenda, we have fallen short. We have fallen short in the targets of housing. We have fallen short on the proper implementation of UHC. We have fallen short on food security programs, and we have plans in place, we have policies in place, but in terms of implementation of them, we are coming to the end of the administration. We have fallen short. In terms of industrialization, again, we have fallen short despite moving. But so if already this Big Four, we have not hit 60% of implementation of the Big Four, I still want to ask you the question. In 7 years' time, can we really be a middle-income industrialized country?
Yes, it can be possible because if you look at the economic survey that we launched the other day, one of the areas where we recorded a very positive growth rate was actually in the manufacturing, where manufacturing grew by 6.9%. And its contribution to the GDP, it has been lower, but now it is about 7.5%. So the government has come up with a lot of efforts. First of all, when we develop infrastructure, including increasing the energy, and also coming up with infrastructure, reviving the old railway line, coming up with new industry, then we have the special economic zone. All those are actually meant to attract manufacturers, either from within or from outside, so that we can actually increase the contribution of manufacturing to the GDP, and really this will have a lot of impact, particularly on employment. Unemployment is a problem in many countries, but when we insist more on those special economic zone, like the one that we have in Naivasha, then there is the Dagokundu in Mombasa, Then we have the EPZ will also be expanded. So all those when they are implemented, we definitely believe that Kenya will become a newly industrial country. And then when it comes to healthcare, I think we have made quite a number of progress. And one of the reasons why we have actually focused more on universal healthcare because of what happened in 2020 about the corona. You know, there were very few counties even which had things like
HDUs.
HDU and ICU beds. And machine and even dialysis. I think the government has actually implemented a lot in that area, and that one has got a lot of implication because when we have got very good healthcare in the region, that one will not be only catering for Kenyans, but even the people within the East Africa and Africa at large. They will be coming here for medical services. So all those efforts, they are actually being implemented. They are being taken very seriously, so that to take this country to the next level of middle income.
I have to stay on the implementation of these plans. Let's just take housing as an example. I mean, we had a conversation in the previous hour, and if we're saying that the plan was 500,000 units to be delivered by the end of this current administration. And that's, we're talking about July this year, end of July, beginning of August, that should have been delivered. We're looking at 1,100 that have been so far delivered. 498,000 are yet to be delivered, and this was on the plan. So my question is then, if we have such a huge deficit on the plan, how can we then say, and this is just one example, how can we then say that the country's plan is being implemented and implemented well to 80% when we have such huge deficits there, for example? I'll give you another one. We talk about food security and saying that by a certain time, we should make sure that food sources are sustainable and secure, that people are not malnourished in the country, and that they're getting adequate sources of food and nourishment across board. But we have 23 counties today, some in the alert phase, some in the alarm phase of famine, of drought. How can we then say that plans are being implemented to 80% to make sure that we are getting to a medium industrialized nation in the next 7 years if we're having such glaring gaps today?
You see, first of all, to start on the first point that you raised about housing, what we know is that, or what should happen is that the work of the government is to make it easier for the private sector to do housing. And that's why we are coming up with policies to try and make it easier for the private sector, even to give mortgage at an affordable rate, and then even for individuals themselves also to be able to construct their own houses. So the work of the government is to make it easier for that, so that affordable housing can be attained. And also, the other thing that goes hand in hand with the affordable housing is to address the informal settlement in the urban area. So all those things are being addressed. And when it comes to housing, there are other factors which come in, like the ownership of land. So that's why, for example, the government is also doing reform in the land sector, so whereby digitization, so that when now you have your own land, you can be able to plan how to put up your own house, because the government definitely cannot put a house for you, but it will make it easier for you to put your own house. So that is the work of it. It is to facilitate the private sector and individuals to have their own houses. The moment the government makes things easier like that, then people definitely
then now you spur the growth.
Yeah, and then apart from that, the government also encourages saving, because it is from the saving where people actually construct their own houses, either from a SACCO, either from a bank. You are able to get an affordable credit. So that's what the government is actually doing. It is to facilitate the private sector. When it comes to the food security, yes, there has been challenges, and some of these challenges are actually natural, like the drought and the like. But the government will also emphasize on issues like irrigation and also other areas, and also value addition in our agricultural sector. So that's what we are actually trying to do. And also, we also know that there has been this issue of climate change, whereby the weather has become very unpredictable. That will actually affect agriculture. But we are also trying to see how can we come up with the crops that can actually be able to resist the drought. That's why we are coming with the climate smart agriculture and water view. So that is what, and also the government is another area that is very important, and where the government is actually putting a lot of emphasis is the construction of the dams, because so that water can be available for irrigation, so that we don't rely so much on rain-fed agriculture.
Bona PS, when I listen to you and, you talking about the various things that the government has been doing in the last 4 years, I can see them. I can hear, because I can also see, yes, we were talking about this earlier, the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, all right? It's in place. We have talked about the digitization of the land records. Farida Karone, the CS for Lands, has been here. We've talked about, all right, so now it's also making it easier we've talked about the rolling out of title deeds. Yes, this government has given out more title deeds than any other government previously. That's not an issue. The problem, and I'll tell you, it's not just in this room, even Parliament has fingered this out as a problem, is that we have a Big Four agenda that is being presented to the country without implementation matrices and milestones. We don't know what you plan to do by the end of this year. All we know is that every time your ministry goes to Parliament, it asks for money for budget, and it says, our focus, Big Four. Our focus, Big Four. Parliament has said very many times, as they review your budget policy statement, the report of the planning of the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly over the last 4 years have been singling out this issue. We are funding a Big Four agenda, but we don't have a benchmark against which we are judging the implementation of the Big Four agenda. There are no milestones. We did not know that, okay, what we needed to do first was to reform land so we can and reform and create financial incentives and mechanisms for people to access funding to put up houses and funding to buy houses. We did not know that. It's not there on, there's no dashboard against which we can look and say, yes, this is where we should be, and this is where we are heading to next. Why is that? I mean, this is planning. One of the things that KNBS and other honchos in planning do is they plan, they put up implementation matrices, they have monitoring and evaluation, they have milestones. How come that is not communicated to the public?
No, those milestones are actually there even in the Big Four, because one of the things that we have actually been doing, there is what we call the enablers and the drivers. And just as I have put it very clearly, like one of the enablers for housing is actually dealing with the land issues. So we have that because we know if it is, for example, agriculture, we have the enablers. The enablers are like, if we talk about irrigation, we have so all those plans are there on what is supposed to be done for certain milestone to be achieved. We have various players. So all those players, they are actually been working together so that we remove the obstacles which make it impossible for certain things to be implemented. So those actually plans are actually there on what should be done and what should come first before something else come. So all those plans are very well coordinated in the government.
Why are they not presented to Parliament? When the Parliamentary Budget Office says we don't know what we are implementing so far, why don't you respond to Parliamentary Budget Office?
Now we do that because when we go and present our budget, we actually present the money that is going to be allocated to each and every state department, and the parastatal within the state department, and then there is actually a linkage because we say that this one must be done before this one happens. So these things are very, very synchronized in the government. Not that they are not synchronized, they are actually very well synchronized.
Okay.
And we have even been meeting at the PSS when we look at what are the obstacles. For example, if a hospital was to be constructed somewhere, what must be there? For example, you find that a building like this has been constructed for a hospital. So then we look at which other sectors are supposed to come in to enable that hospital now work. There must be water. So the PS in charge of water knows what is supposed to do in that particular area. If it is because a hospital cannot operate without electricity, we make sure that power is actually in that particular electricity. And then we look at even other factors. So we have even been going around the project, then we look at what is supposed to be done. Like there was time we went to Coast, and then we looked at all what was actually happening. Like even we went to another university that was being constructed in Kwale. So we actually found that it requires a police station. So all these things are very well coordinated in the government, because in the government nowadays we actually work as a team, because we know what makes it possible for a project to be implemented. We bring all the players together and then they deliver.
Let's take a break and then we continue the conversation. 26 minutes to 9. This is the Situation Room on SpiceFM, on KTN Home. Also live streaming on Facebook and on YouTube. Saitoti Torome, Principal Secretary in the Ministry of National Treasury and Planning. He's actually the PS in charge of planning in the country. He's here with us. We're talking about the economy and economic growth and the development of the country. They just released the Economic Survey 2021, the economy and how it performed in 2021. That's what we'll be talking about in the second half of the show. Let's tell you, Bonapias, about the new Samsung phone. This new Samsung A33, A53, A73. Awesome is what it is. It's a brand new phone. It's very good, especially when you're picking a call or wanting to respond to a message and you're somewhere, out there, you're inspecting a project. Sometimes you look at the phone and because of the sun glare, you're not able to see, so you have to keep trying to squint. This phone is actually very good because you will be able to operate on it easily, okay? The A33, A53, A73. Very, very beautiful phones. Let's take this quick break. We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
This nation has never healed genuinely from the 2000-2008 violence. We've never had a healing process. We swept it under the rug.
Let me tell you, the handshake was the most disastrous political event in the history of country after the coup attempt of 1982.
There is no Kikuyu pothole, low lack of water, or Kamba, lack of traffic. There is no Luya lack of drugs in the hospitals. Or Jaluo one. All our issues are the same issues.
If you are in a room and just about everybody in that room has a court case or another, what impression does that give you?
What are you saying? Why haven't you done it in the last 20 years? But they're telling us, like August, some miracle is going to happen. My friend, I want to tell Kenyans you'll be in for a rude shock.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right. In Nairobi this morning, cloudy conditions, highs of 26 and lows of 16. Mostly cloudy at 18. 27 will be the high and lows of 14. Nyeri is cloudy at 17, highs of 25 and lows of 15. And Eldoret sunny at 18, highs of 26 and we'll see lows of 13. Raining in Mombasa now at 17, highs of 31 and lows of 26. While Malindi is raining as well at 28, highs of 31. Mostly sunny at 22 in Kisumu, highs of 29 and lows of 19. While Kakamega is cloudy and sunny at 20, highs of 29 and lows of 16. The rain continues in Kampala at 22. It'll go to highs of 28, while Dar es Salaam is sunny at 27. We'll see highs of 31. Johannesburg sunny at 13, highs of 21 and lows of 19, while Lagos is clear at 26. We'll see highs of 32. We'll see highs of 31 in Kinshasa, where it's cloudy now at 23.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Okay, so folks, quite a lot of traffic on the southern bypass this morning. That's heading towards Mombasa Road, and we're looking at a bumper-to-bumper situation. An accident happened there early this morning, and that's what's causing the clog up. Just in case you're there and wondering what's happening up ahead, accident happened earlier, and they're trying to get that sorted out so that we can move. On Gong Road, traffic starts at Santak. Not very fun this morning. Bumper-to-bumper situation there. So that's what we're saying. What's happening on the bypass, and it's just that because of that accident. All right, let's take a look at the Thika Superhighway traffic way past survey today, inching closer and closer to the Outer Ring Junction, and that continues. Also on Kiambu Road, we're looking at in and outbound traffic, and well into Limuru Road, coming out from Gigiri Road through from the United Nations Crescent in both directions today as well, going towards Red Hill, coming out towards Limuru Road. That continues. Okay, looks like it's that manic Wednesday. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there. Text 40127 as much as possible. Let's keep things moving.
Spice up your life.
It's 20 minutes to 9. The Principal Secretary is still here with us. Saitoti Torome, PS for Planning, being hosted by Eric Latiff, Okoh, and CT Muga.
On a PS, yes. If I was looking for a negotiator for my son's wedding, I would definitely call you, because one of the things that I've heard you do well, you outline the things that the government does quietly, methodically, clearly. Why we ask these many questions is this. It begins with us asking, does this ministry have a communications department? Because this information, it may be stated once. We are going to be discussing the survey. It's stated once. But thereafter, the breakdown that enables people to internalize is that it's part of their day-to-day thinking and understanding isn't there. So apart from something like the Expressway, which you have no choice but to see if you're in Nairobi where we are, so you see it, so you know it, the government doesn't do a very good job of telling people the things it does, because it does many things, and it does many things well, but people have no idea whatsoever. Now, I am told it's us in the media who have a tendency of just picking up the things the government has not done. I accept we do. But we also talk about the things that the government has done. But should the government not engage its citizens more? Because this project is actually intended for the citizens anyway. Should the citizens not know more about this thing that their government is actually doing for them?
Okay, we have communication. In every state department there is a communication officers, and we actually do communicate, because sometimes not that we don't communicate at all, we actually communicate, because even sometimes even we as the PSs, we even go out in the field to inspect the implementation of the government project, and that one is very well covered by the media. We actually are accompanied by the media, then we tell them this is the project. For example, this road is to be constructed, these are the challenges, and we actually do communicate. We even come up with publications on what the government has achieved. So we actually do communicate. And as it goes, or as the saying goes, it is always, if a dog bites a man, that is not news, but when a man bites the dog. That is news. So you always see, even sometimes when I listen to the radio when I am coming in the morning, you find they are only talking about small things. If it is in Kiswahili, unasikia ati kuna bwana alichapa bibi yake akakufa, such kind of things. But they are very good things that actually happen. We got to commission these things. And also the other beauty about Kenya currently is that whatever we do, even when we are planning, like now when we were now, just as I said, we are in the process of coming up with the fourth MTP. All the PSs, we went to all the counties where Wananchi were giving their views. They were telling us what they want to be included in the coming MTP4, and also what they would like even their counties to put as their plan. So there is a lot of interaction, and the people are happy. They are open, and they even tell you the challenges that they have in their counties and the solution. So there is a lot of interaction with the people, and then we actually encourage them, and we actually ensure them that whatever they tell us is going to be considered, and it is going to be part of the MTP4. So there is a lot of engagement, and all these things are actually covered by the
media.
By the media. Like me, I went to Kajiado, then I went to Isiolo, and then I went to Samburu. So we interacted a lot with the media on those things. So they are good things that the government does, and we try as much as possible to communicate with the people.
Okay. P.S. Last year the economy grew by 7.5%.
Yes.
When that news came out, of course, as you would expect, the reaction was, where was it growing? Others were asking, kwani mimi naishi nchi ingine? Because they say, how come it's not translating to people's pockets? That the pain is what has grown in people's pockets. Cost of living is getting out of hand for very many people, and yet the economy is growing. How do you explain that?
You see, one thing, when you are calculating the GDP growth rate, you consider various factors. But when the growth of the GDP is not something. The benefit of the growth of the GDP actually don't come up very immediate. Like I can give an example. The government is spending a lot of money putting infrastructure, but the benefit will take a bit of time before they are realized. And for sure, what we know is that if you compare, we know that during the late Kibaki's time, there was a lot of infrastructural development. The current government has also even bypassed what was done during Kibaki's time. But the reason why now life is slightly better in Kenya is because of the effort which was done during Kibaki's time. And whatever now the government is currently doing, development of infrastructure, coming up with investing a lot on health services and what have you, those benefits will be felt later on. So the spring, it takes a bit of time, because I can explain one of the economic theories between economic growth and economic development. Economic growth is where you record very high growth rate in the GDP. But now the benefit of economic growth are felt in economic development, whereby you talk about employment increases, the income of the people also goes up, things like literacy rate increases, the life expectancy improves, people have good access to clean water, people have good access to a clean environment. All those things come as a result. So whatever we are doing at the moment, it will be reflected in economic growth. Because if, for example, the government was constructing a road, a sector like the construction sector will actually record a very high economic growth. But then now, the benefit of that road now will be felt later, where now maybe, for example, we attract industries, people get jobs, their income increases. So economic growth precedes economic development.
So are we saying the kind of planning that's taking place here now is kind of like prepare for when it eventually happens kind of planning? That the infrastructure is being set up so that in the eventuality that something will happen, the basic infrastructure is there. Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we want to look at other sectors then in the country, I mean, take your pick about where it is. do you then take in the social aspect into consideration? I mean, here it just seems like a lot of brick and mortar. We need to set up roads here. We need to do this. Do you take into consideration the social aspect, the people on the ground in the situations where we're talking about lack of infrastructure, city planning for water, the dormitory towns of Nairobi, where sewage doesn't exist, for example, and where Kitengela, for example, residents had to build with their own money 40 million shillings to now put together a sewage system. Is that taken into consideration in these plans?
It is taken into consideration. I'll take an example like what the NMS do in Nairobi Metropolitan. You know, for the first time, there has been a lot of water problem in the informal settlements. But now the government has actually gone further to try and make sure that they even drill boreholes in some of those settlements so that at least people can have access to water. There has not been even clinics or health centers in those areas, but now we can see they are actually going there. So when it comes to planning, and also implementation, the social aspect is taken into place, and that's why we look at things like the hospitals. We make sure that we know hospitals is developed or health services is developed. So there is also a plan to build more health centers, to make sure that they have medicine, all those things. If it is the education is also planned, because we know classrooms are constructed, and especially through the CDF. The CDF money mostly does a lot of education due to the court ruling, which said the CDF can only do things that are for the national government. The government also plans for security. That's why it opens up even things like more police stations are opened, just to make sure that there is security. And all those things are actually planned. We don't only plan about roads and railways and airports. We also plan for the social, for the social issues. Yeah, including things like the gender. They are all planned.
So, ordinarily, how long does it take for the graph of economic development to catch up with the graph of economic growth? I don't mean by catching up, but by when we say that the economy in 2021 grew by 7.5%, it's because of various factors. Okay, things that happened, the improvement of the manufacturing sector, the infrastructure that are being put in place, but the benefits will take a while to be realized. So normally, how long would it take? Is it a year? Is it 2 years? And there are factors that could, even after economic growth, are there factors that could come in that would hinder the benefits from being realized?
That one, it depends from country to country or from an economy to an economy, because there are also other things that are non-tangible, and those are actually the most important thing. We can have roads, we can have railway lines, but the government also come up with other factors to attract the local and international investors, like favorable tax rate, things like the regulations that are actually put in place, things like addressing even issues like corruption. In other words, the government also put in what we call the ease of doing business. How possible is it, for example, if you want to set up a business, how long will you take? Even the roads are there, the railway line are there. You are able maybe to move your container from Mombasa to Nairobi within a short time because of the SGR and what have you. But how fast can you be able to set up your business? And that's why the government came up with this issue of the Huduma Center, whereby if you want government services, if you want to apply for a license, if you want to apply for the even NEMA inspection, it is in one-stop shop. So apart from infrastructure, there are also policies that the government crafts to make sure that it takes a shorter time for you to start your business. How long does it take for you maybe to register a company so that you can start now doing your business? So all those things must be addressed. Issues of taxation, tax refund, and what have you, they are all addressed, just to make sure that even when the infrastructure is there, it is even easier for somebody to come and set a business. Yeah. So depending on how the government moves very fast, then we can be able to be able to realize more benefit.
What are some of the things, Bona PS, even as you think about that stop? Because, I mean, yeah, you talked about implementation of these plans. But, I mean, and there's also a lot that the eye can see in terms of what's really happening around the country. What would you say are some of the challenges or impediments to actually having the implementation of these things taking? What problems is the government facing today? I mean, I have an idea, but what are some of the problems they're facing to stop these things from actually coming to fruition that pose as challenges?
There are quite a number of challenges. Some of them are natural, and some of them are situational, like the climate change, where the rain pattern or the weather pattern has become very unpredictable. That will affect agricultural sector. And you know, agriculture still contributes 22.4% of the GDP. And then, of course, there are others like, okay, we can't complain because it's democracy. And I can actually now even try to address this issue, though you have not asked it, but it is important that I mention it. Sometimes you hear even politicians out there comparing Kibaki and Uhuru. Then they say that, but one thing that we have to know is that from when we adopted the new constitution of 2010, we ended up having what we call a bloated, a big government.
Yeah.
We have the senators, we have the governors, we have we have more MPs than it used to be. Then we talk about
devolved units.
Devolved units. Money must be taken from the national government to the county government. Then we have even a big judiciary. It never used to be as big as it is there. So definitely, with the new constitution, we have got a bloated government or a big government. But at the same time, how do we finance our development? There is taxes. We must get taxes from the people so that we can finance our operations as a government. But then, also people want development. People want roads to be constructed. They want energy to be generated. They want water in their homes. So what does the government do? Because the money that we collect from taxes is not enough to run the government and also to provide development. That is why the issue of the debt comes in. So we must borrow to finance particularly infrastructure because the money that is obtained from ordinary revenue is not enough. So that's why people have been talking about debt all the time. But as long as we can be able to borrow and finance for infrastructural projects, which will have a lot of benefit in the country in the future, there is nothing wrong in that. And we are able to borrow. We are not in a crisis. And I don't think in Kenya, since we got independent in 1963, I have not heard of any time when our debts were written off. Because we are a strong economy, and when we borrow, we are able to repay. But then what we are actually trying to do to make sure that we don't rely so much on borrowing to finance our project. That's why the issue of the PPP comes in, public-private partnership. And one of the great success is actually now the Expressway that has been financed through the PPP. And what the government has actually done, it is actually, we started PPP around 2013. Not much progress has been done. But now the government deliberately amended the act to remove all the obstacles which were making the PPP not to work. But for now, this one is a good case, the Nairobi Expressway. And also the other one that is also being considered is now the one that you mentioned earlier about the Nairobi Mau Summit. Because you see, if you drive from Nairobi to Nakuru, that road is very dangerous. It is prone to a lot of accidents. And there are a lot of traffic. Sometimes it takes you maybe 4 hours to go from Nairobi to Nakuru. So that one is actually now being considered to be financed through PPP. Because PPP, actually the basic principle of PPP is to bring in the private sector to fund the infrastructural project because of lack of what we call fiscal space. Because the government cannot continue to borrow and finance infrastructure. If there can be a way through PPP, then the better, because it will ease our burden of keep on borrowing.
So we shall pay slowly.
Yes.
It's like hire purchase.
Yes.
Okay.
And also we shall start now paying tolls on the roads because the private the private people who came and invested in them, they will have to recoup their investment. So that's why even in the Expressway, we have toll.
The problem is not that, Bona PS. I guess the problem would be in the details of the contracts, the PPP contracts, and whether there's sufficient public participation and sufficient transparency in those contracts. Because it's the same problem we're having now with the president ordering the Ministry of Energy and Kenya Power to go and review the contracts that it assigned with independent power producers. It is because of it's a contracting. What are you doing about that?
And that's why the Act is amended to fast track on those issues so that we don't take so long on such issues. We fast track, we remove the red tape when it comes to issues of procurement.
Our problem usually is with the transparency of those contracts. Public money is used to help pay for whatever loans we take, or public money by way of taxes are used to repay. So what we ask for is transparency, and this is where the problem comes in. You ask questions that are never answered. You ask for documents that are never availed.
I think documents will always be available in the government when we are asked to do that. Even by ESCC. Most of the time they even come to ask document the ESCC. You know, we under the ministry that was under NYS and what have you. We always provide.
You always provide.
And then now there is also what we call the public participation, and which is provided in our constitution. So in that public participation make it the government to be more transparent, because we must tell the public what is happening. And even those contracts, when they are being awarded, they are put in the paper. So there is nothing the government hides.
It's all clear.
It's all clear.
Bona PS, we thank you very much for joining us, and we want you to come again. Saitoti Torome is the Principal Secretary in the State Department of Planning. The National Treasury and Planning is the ministry. We'll be talking about economic growth in the country, the status of Kenya's economy, and thank you for answering all our questions, as well as you have done today. Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we go back into the politics. The politics of Azimio, La Umoja, One Kenya coalition party. Wiper, Deputy Party Leader Farah Maalim will be here to tell us what Wiper is doing in Azimio. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newsline Dennis Aseto. ODM chief and Azimio presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga is at the coast for a series of political rallies. Raila was received in Kilifi County by Gideon Mung'aro, Kilifi gubernatorial aspirant, and Kilifi deputy governor Gideon Saburi. Raila is expected to begin with an official visit of Tana River County, where he will hold meetings in the Garsen, Hola, and Gongoni areas. Tomorrow he will return to Kilifi County just days after Governor Amason Kingi ditched Azimio for Kenya Kwanza. Raila has a tough job cut out for him as he seeks to strengthen his base at the coast after Kingi and Malindi MP Aisha Jumwa ditched his camp. Odinga will also visit Kwale and Mombasa counties. President Uhuru Kenyatta has expressed the need for Kenya and the United Arab Emirates to rejuvenate their bilateral cooperation for the mutual benefit of the people of the two countries. President Kenyatta was speaking at State House when he received a delegation sent by Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi and Deputy Supreme Commander of the UAE Armed Forces. The meeting, which reviewed the status of the implementation of the economic and technical cooperation between the two countries, was a follow-up to President Kenyatta's working visit to the Gulf nation in February, where he met and held talks with the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, among other engagements. Now, Kenya Party leader Martha Karua has pledged to remain in the Azimio One Kenya coalition party even if she is not named Raila Odinga's running mate. Karua, who appeared before the Norway Kesa-led selection panel, got a boost with endorsements from the Kikuyu Council of Elders and the Kiama Cultural Association. Former ANCTAD Secretary General Mohisa Kitui reiterated Karua's sentiments at the town hall meeting in Nyeri, despite speaker after speaker saying she should be named Odinga's running mate. Karua said she would still back the Azimio leader even if she was not on his ticket. Now, a former moderator working for Facebook owner Meta Platforms Inc. has filed a lawsuit alleging that poor working conditions for contracted content moderators violate the Kenyan constitution. The petition, also filed against Meta's local outsourcing company Sama, alleges that workers moderating Facebook posts in Kenya have been subjected to unreasonable working conditions, including irregular pay, inadequate mental health support, union busting, and violations of their privacy and dignity. The lawsuit, filed by one person on behalf of a group, seeks financial compensation and order that outsourced moderators have the same healthcare and pay scale as Meta employees, that unionization rights be protected, and an independent human rights audit of the office. And 60 Zimbabweans have been killed by elephants so far this year, as a conservation success story has led to increased conflict with humans. With 100,000 elephants, Zimbabwe has the world's second largest population after Botswana and about 1/4 of the elephants in all of Africa. Unlike in much of the world where poachers have killed off the animals for their tusks, Zimbabwe's elephant population is growing at about 5% a year. And President Vladimir Putin will not end the Ukraine war with the Donbas campaign, and he is determined to build a land bridge to Russian-controlled territory in Moldova. This is according to U.S. Director of National Intelligence Avril Haines. U.S. intelligence also views it increasingly likely that Putin will mobilize his entire country, including ordering martial law, and is counting on his perseverance to wear down Western support for Ukraine. U.S. intelligence thinks Putin's decision to concentrate Russian forces in the eastern Donbas region is only a temporary shift after their failure to capture Kyiv in the north. Still on matters, Russia and U.S. lawmakers have voted to send $40 billion aid package to Ukraine, as Washington warned that Russia was likely guarding for a long conflict with its neighbor. The defense, humanitarian, and economic funding passed the House of Representatives by 368 votes to 57, with the two parties' leaders having already reached an agreement on the details, and it will likely pass the Senate by the end of the week or next week. All the dissenting votes came from the Republican ranks. Now, the government has affirmed its bid to streamline sporting activities in the country with the aim of helping in the growth and development of the game locally. Speaking while receiving Football Kenya Federation Caretaker Committee's report, and that has been preparing following extensive consultations with football stakeholders, the CS emphasized plans to push for operationalization of Kenyan sports in compliance with the law. Various sports clubs and associations locally are yet to finish compliance with the Sports Act 2013, 8 years since the enactment of the law. This year, the much-anticipated Kenya Rugby Union elections that was scheduled to be held in March was postponed over non-compliance with the Sports Act. According to Sports Registrar, the polls could not go on after only two affiliates, namely Administration Police and KCB RFC, had complied. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Sasseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The city centre is where most of the action is this morning. Jogo Road, we have some traffic getting into the city, and on Ngong Road as well. That continues. Folks complaining about traffic starting all the way at Santak, and that outer ring also has a bit of an issue. But the main problem that we're seeing this morning, caused by an accident earlier on, is the southern bypass coming then from the direction of Langata Road and then towards Mombasa Road at the Likoni interchange. It's an absolute mess this morning. Accident caused earlier, and they're still trying to get that out. It's being worked on. However, we're seeing traffic as a result of that. So if you're going to use the southern bypass, you want to think about that twice and maybe stick to Huru Highway this morning, which, by the way, doesn't have too much traffic as you get into the CBD. So there's an option for you to use Lunga, specifically industrial area. In and outbound traffic there today continues. Let's take a look in a short while what it looks like. Talk to us, SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to
Very
start
good morning
your
to you,
day.
and how are you doing? It is 8 minutes after 9. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It is the Situation Room. It's the 11th day of March 2022. We continue with the conversation. So City has stepped out and he has forgotten to come back in. So let's wait for him to remember to come back in, and he'll give us the day's proverb. We want to talk about the politics of the 2022 general election, political formations. One Kenya, no, it's called what? Azimio. Starts with Azimio. Azimio la Umoja hyphen one Kenya Coalition Party. Yes. And then the other one is called the Kenya Kwanza.
Alliance, Abi? Come here.
Does it have a party name?
I don't know.
Kenya Kwanza, anyway, Kenya Kwanza. One of the political parties in the Azimio coalition is Wiper Democratic Movement Party. The party leader of Wiper Democratic Movement Party is Kalonzo Musyoka. He's been in the headlines for the last, I don't know how many months. Yesterday, he appeared before the interviewing selection panel for the running mate for Raila Odinga after having said, you know, he went there and he came out and said, I looked at the panel and it comprises eminent personalities. And I decided, let me come. And we had a conversation with them. But before that, Kalonzo's supporters have been talking about why he should not be drawn into sitting down for an interview. He's above the point of an interview. And also saying, if Kalonzo is not the running mate for Raila Odinga, Raila is going to lose. And Kalonzo said, take this to the bank. If I'm not the running mate, if Raila wants to lose, let him not pick me as running mate. It's as simple as that. There's no, it's 1 + 1. If you want 2, you put 1. If you 1 plus box equals 2.
The only thing that can fill that box
is 1.
Eric, you know, politically speaking, it makes a lot of sense. But that conversation wasn't just being carried forth by people within the Wiper Party. Even people who are in the other coalition that are opposed to the Azimio coalition had a lot to say about it.
Even the Kenya Kwanza people.
Oh my goodness, they had opinions and they had views. They had all sorts of things they were saying, which makes you wonder.
So basically they were saying, Raila, we want you to beat us. But if you don't want to beat us, don't pick Kalonzo.
Yes, which means they're essentially saying, we think Kalonzo is a person someone needs to have as a deputy in order to win the election. Which then leads to the conclusion, if you think Kalonzo is that good, why didn't you people attract him so that he can become deputy on the other side so that you can win this election?
No, Kalonzo only works with Raila. I mean, if it's a Kalonzo Raila, that's when it wins. If it's Ruto Kalonzo, it won't win. You see, that's what they're saying.
That's double speak.
We don't want him here because we won't win.
Speak. Why do we need your opinions on a coalition that isn't yours? Why do you have such an issue, and why do you feel that you must be the larger contributor to this matter that actually is nestled within another coalition, which is not yours?
Yes.
Now, when people present themselves in such a light, you have to ask questions even if you didn't want to ask questions.
See, they're trying to ruffle feathers. You see what they've done? They've grabbed 2 of the parties from the Azimio.
Have they?
The leaders of those parties have gone and publicly said, here we are.
Have they?
They have also said, you know what? We were unhappy with how we're being treated in the Azimio. The deputy party leader of Wiper Democratic Movement Party, Farah Maalim, is here with us. Mheshimiwa, good morning.
Morning to you, how are you?
Very well.
You people, you've discussed everything.
No, we haven't.
There's nothing for me to contribute.
Oh no.
There's a lot. You know, you're here to give us insights. We had one of the strategists for the Azimio presidential campaign, Professor Makao Mutua, here yesterday.
Yes.
And, we put it out to him.
Yes.
One of the things that Dr. Alfred Mutua and Governor Amason Kingi have complained about and have even written to the ORPP, have even gone to the political parties dispute tribunal about. We signed the last page of a document.
We don't know what the document
We
entails.
don't know what the document entails.
Absolutely.
Wiper.
Absolutely.
You are a lawyer, Mheshimiwa. You are the deputy party leader. Do you know what that document entails?
I don't know. Frankly, yes.
Who signed
We
it?
actually have to go now. We've already sent people to go out there to the political party's office and to demand for that.
After signing the document.
After signing the document.
Why would
Because
anyone
now can I
sign a document?
Yeah.
All of you being legal minds.
Yes.
Why would anybody sign a document on just the last page? It's not one of those things that you go to an insurance company and they say, you just sign here, I'll fill in the rest of the information for you.
Yes.
This is a legally binding document about an election that's going to take place.
Look.
Why?
You see, the whys are many. There's too many why. And you're right to pose that. And it took a long time. Meetings in the State House, meetings everywhere, even culminated in a meeting with the president himself for dinner in Kalonzo's house, and there's a lot of undertakings. A lot of discussions that said we are looking at this. Like I see, I think sometimes back on this particular show, I come from a community in which when you want to transact business worth $100 million, you do it on a handshake.
You shake hands.
You shake hands, and that's the end of it. You continue. So for us, when eminent personalities, respectable personalities say that this is how we're going to end up with these things, we assume that that's how it's going to end up. So there was a lot of goodwill. And I'm not telling you right now that goodwill is exhausted. We'll have to wait until the last minute and see if there was a goodwill or the whole thing was a con game.
Okay.
You get my point?
Yeah.
But we have reason to believe that all is not lost yet. That still my party leader will be the running mate. But let me tell you something that what is his TV name? City.
Yes.
City Muga.
City.
Those are my initials. CT Muga.
Oh, CT Muga.
Yes.
Okay. I thought that you got a name that's basically a TV
stage name.
Yes. And I want to tell you, City in Swahili.
Kama maji ya asubuhi.
Yes. City, when you say City, SITI, it's actually a lady.
My initials.
Yes. Anyway, all is not lost. We want to believe that they'll still arrive at His Excellency. When you have served as a vice president, you have that title called His Excellency. You're only allowed to call the president, the deputy president, or the vice president, or ambassadors who are represented. Ambassadors are agents of the. Nobody else has a right to be called His Excellency. I hear governors and all other people try to call themselves that. It's crap. But His Excellency, I think, will be the running mate for Raila.
Why?
He has been the running. Well, he qualifies more than anybody. I don't want to go through that now.
Actually, we have to. Mheshimiwa, you know why?
Hang on a minute. It was his running mate twice.
Yes.
And I want to believe that he is going to make the difference between who wins and who loses this election. If you want to go into the debates of it, you can do it for another day. I'm not willing to take a lot of time on that. You see, if you can't see the obvious, then there's clearly something wrong with you.
1 plus empty box is equals 2.
Hang on a minute.
Empty box can only be one.
Hang on a minute.
The arithmetical basis
Hang on a
in
minute.
politics.
Hang on a minute.
Yes.
Hang on a minute. And I don't want to look at other candidates also and say that this candidate cannot bring much, this candidate cannot bring much, I don't want to go into that. We have to conduct civilized politics. with a lot of respect and dignity for everybody. If you see, the first time that Raila took on Kalonzo Musyoka, let me go back beyond that a little bit. Go back to 2007. In the run-up to 2007, when LDP was pulling out of NAC, was pulling out of Kibaki's government, the story was that let's come together and let's go for Kalonzo. Because there was a serious presidential candidate before that. The whole idea of Kibaki Tosha came as a surprise to everybody. It's something that basically was just between Raila and I think Kibaki and Kibaki's handlers at that time. It came in as a surprise. We took it as a betrayal. As a matter of fact, I walked out of that coalition on that afternoon in Uhuru Park myself, and decided to link up with Nyachai. So then, to be able to get them again out of Kibaki's government, it took a lot of persuasion. Among that persuasion, I don't know if you remember, as far back as those days, even Honorable Ojode went in one time as representing Raila in Ukambani and said, we want to have a new dispensation and we want to take Kalonzo Musyoka as our presidential candidate. Before then, we had put together a concept of a collegiate concept, which he was going to come out as a winner in 2007. What we said is that, look, we have 6, 7, or I don't know how many we had that time, presidential candidates come together all. Let everybody come with his trusted 60, delegates. Let everybody come in there now, and to multiply by that, I think it was going to be 360. And then we work in a manner in which that everybody in that presidential list gets some marks. So the person you respect most, you give him 6 marks. If they are going to be 6, they're going to be either 5 or 6, I can't remember. And then then the next one, right to the one you list fill, you put it 1. And you cumulatively bring all that together. Ordinarily what happens is that somebody loves somebody and says that this is my candidate. When you give him 6 marks or 5 marks, then the next person is, who would you be safe with? And under those circumstances, everybody knew that Kalonzo was going to emerge as the winner in that. As you know, there was the pleasant guy who basically was going to.
He was a safe pair of hands.
Yeah. And then we said, okay, fine. Then later on, persuasion came in and said, look, we'll push him for that now. Let's walk out of Kibaki's government. Which, of course, happened the way it happened. The last minute.
You went and formed Chungwa.
We went and formed Chunga, we went and everything else. There was going to be a rally in Khadija, what do you call grounds in Mombasa. And then everything changed and people came with a hammer. You get my point? Where he was humiliated. Like hell, he was humiliated. Then he opted to go on his own. Instead of, he did not join with Kibaki, but he opted to go on his own. And
he formed the Chungwa
ODMK. ODM, what was it called that time? ODM?
It was ODM, the Orange Democratic Movement, and then Kalonzo
so the
went
thing
and
the Chunga was
half.
put in, and half.
It became 1.5.
That created also a bit of an issue for the country because he got his bulk of the Okambani votes. Then, of course, there was the issue of how to convince them again. After being a vice president for 5 years, and I was in ODM that time, we went out of our way, we knelt down, we went on our knees and did everything and told him, we're going to serve only for 1 term. After that, it's you. So allow us. Let Raila be a presidential candidate. Raila is already, let's have him for 1 term.
But were you in that room?
I was not in that room, but I was a part of that, broader communications on that. Those days as ODM, we worked very closely, and I was very close to everybody there.
So the promise.
Remember, I was the deputy speaker of the National Assembly.
Yes, you are.
So then we did everything we could, went out of our way, and told him, do this. He came in, he accepted in principle. Musila was there. I was there. Actually, did a lot of negotiations with Musila myself. Talks with Musila. Mudama was also there. The thing went the way it went. He became the deputy president, presidential.
Became the running mate.
We won the election. We were robbed of victory in 2013. This time again, it was yes. I gave the undertaking yes. I said next time you're going to run 2017 as a presidential candidate for the coalition, but I did not win. I did not assume office. We won, but I didn't assume office. So please. Accept this for. And now I was part of that team, that caucus.
That was still telling Kalonzo. The word was, if we win the presidency, Raila shall be a one-term president.
One-term president, and now that
not a one-term candidate.
Yes, we won, but now that we did not win, and this is it. Please,
let's try again.
Yes, I was now part of that team that went out there. Mudama was there, and the late Nyenze was there, and a number of other people.
At this point now, you are.
I was in Wiper
now.
Yes, I left ODM in 2016. You get my point?
Yeah.
I left ODM on 2016 because things that we'll probably talk about at some other times, not now. And then, of course, this time it was written with witnesses, with lawyers, eminent lawyers, that win or lose, he was going to be supported.
Okay.
He's going to be supported in 2022.
And part of the clauses of this written document was that it shall not be made public.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, which, by the way, as a gentleman, has not made it public even now.
He only talked about it publicly.
I know the content myself. You get my point? But then still said, look, you don't address the king in public. You know what I mean? And because we have the possibility of still working together, and that we will not exhaust all the goodwill we have, let's still find a way in which we can try and talk sense to our brothers.
So the agreement
hang on a minute.
In 2017
was that win or lose.
Win or lose.
The next candidate for the president, which Raila was going to support, was going to be Kalonzo. Yes.
Okay.
Now, what happens again? Then we have a sitting president who comes out back and then puts his weight behind Raila. This time, and then people say, okay, there's a new dynamic, there's all these problems here. Story mink.
Now, this time, now.
Can I just finish?
This time.
Can I just finish? This is the last time. There'll be no more stories. And you'll be there.
But the other times, there were also no more stories.
Just a moment. Let me just finish.
Yes.
No more stories. You know, ordinarily in a civilized society, the dignity and the word of somebody is through the tongue. Through the tongue. Everywhere, humanity itself, you go back to your culture as a Luo, as a Kikuyu, as an Igbo or a Yoruba. I don't know which way my sister is, but I'm sure she's one of those. She must be an Igbo. That dignity was there. And then you finally again say, okay, one last time. One very, very last time.
For the last time.
Yes. But if I was good as your deputy twice, for God's sake, I cannot be bad as your deputy a third
time.
With a caveat that after that one time again, that he's still going to run for the president, because that is where everybody wants to go.
Yeah.
You know, you shelved the ambition for all that time.
So Farah, can I ask you?
Can I finish before you ask me?
No, let me ask you this question, because you may not finish at this point, Farah.
I'm going to finish in just 2 sentences. 2 sentences.
We're saying that the hardball stance that we see is not necessarily because he's putting weight on his adequacy as an individual, but because of the agreement that was made 10 years ago.
Yes, let me tell you. No. You have a problem in this Odu. Ndu.
Odu is a new name, but the one we usually use is Ndu.
Ndu. No. That is despite. In spite of all the big, what do you call experience and title and the humanity in the person himself. You see, this country cannot have two things. You can't have your cake and eat it. We cannot insist on dignity, integrity chapter, and all those things, and then applaud somebody because he has amekuwa mkora akamweka rafiki yake kwa shimo. No. That you have been cheated. Who is now to be at fault? The one who cheated or the one who cheats? You can't. It's when you say these guys are perennial cheaters. And they will always come with one story or the other. That is sufficient reason for people to decide, no. We cannot have somebody of that nature at the helm of this country. And I'm not imputing any what do you call
improper
motives on anybody. I have every reason to believe that Raila was very genuine about supporting
saying
his brother
Kalonzo
for
will
all-
be my
yes,
running
yes,
mate,
yes.
and I will run for one term, and then I
even
will
now,
support
even
Kalonzo.
now, even now, I think there is he himself, for all intents and purposes, is willing to take Kalonzo as a first choice.
So who's the stumbling block? Is it the
Well, you
addition
see,
now?
there-
The
there-
president
there-
now the
there are a number
president
of
has
things.
joined the mix. Is it that the president is not aware of the history? So the president is coming and saying,
You see,
"Hey,
you
his
see,
story
you see,
mimi sijui bwana."
you see. I don't know how much capital the president comes in with into these things.
He brings the table,
me
we
be
said.
let me be very honest with you.
Yeah.
Let me be very honest with you. Kibaki was a president, and he brought zero capital into the election that was there after him. And Moi tried to do the same also in 2002. And he, if anything, people left. because
People
of-
rebelled.
People rebelled.
Mhm.
And I don't completely put it out of the ordinary that people are going to do, that Uhuru comes in with a serious liability.
Because of his incumbency.
Because of the incumbency. And that's normal for everybody.
Okay.
Let me tell you that. It happens in Nigeria. It happened in everywhere. When you try and push somebody and you're the former president, you have a problem. You have a serious problem. But then, having said that, I still appreciate very much the goodwill of Uhuru to say that ndugu yangu hapa ameibiwa mara nyingi sana. He has seen a lot.
Na najua wezi.
Najua ni no whatever hiyo ingine wacha tu. Kuna mtu ambaye sio mwizi. Lakini I will want to stop that. What started with Jaramogi, which still continues. And twice what you call Raila has been robbed of victory. Twice. I want to believe that myself. It's a lot of wisdom for Uhuru to come out and say, enough is enough. Let's put a stop to this thing. Let's unite this country once and for all. Finally. But
Kalonzo did not come straight to supporting Raila.
No.
Kalonzo, with other parties such as KANU, Gideon Moi, such as Cyrus Jirongo, Martha Karua, and others, formed the One Kenya Alliance.
Yes.
While Raila and Uhuru and the others in the Jubilee and the other parties were forming the Azimio. So at that point, that's when Kalonzo was saying, you know what, I have been here before. In fact, that's when he even came into that press conference and said, in 2017, we signed a document, and that document has leaked. It's in the media. It's in the public domain. This is the content of the document. We agreed this, and the other. Kalonzo himself said it. Now, by the time Kalonzo was coming to join up with Raila, there was the intervention of the president. Even he has said it, that the president has talked to me. I have had a conversation with Raila in the presence of the president, and I am doing this out of goodwill because of the conversations that we've had. Now, these conversations, Farah, what is it that he demanded? What was it that he was promised for this particular time?
The point
when they were
is-
talking between Uhuru, Raila, Kalonzo. For Kalonzo to come in and Azimio now gets rebranded into Azimio One Kenya. What was the promise for Kalonzo?
let me now tell you something. Politics is art of possible. As far as I'm concerned, I think Kalonzo has been the Mr. Nice Man of the Kenyan politics, the decent guy, the man with integrity, the man who basically is willing to preserve the unity, as a dialogue of the country itself. If people want to take advantage of that, this is probably the last time anybody will try and take advantage of that. You get my point?
No.
I'm telling you, he doesn't become the deputy president of the Azimio. It's lost. Prepare yourselves for a Ruto, what do you call presidency? So more than anything else, and I don't want you to start running into me like pack of what do you call
Actually,
to
no,
try and tear me apart, wolves. But what I'm trying to tell you is very simple. Hang on a minute. I know what the backyard me feels. The backyard, the stronghold, is pissed off.
Whose stronghold? Kalonzo's stronghold.
Yes. And don't ever be cheated. Nobody else controls that stronghold. You've seen it time and again. Time and again you've seen it. You've seen my sister, who's a very good friend of my charity, go in a different direction, and still Kalonzo went. People went with Kalonzo. Kivida Kibwana, whoever it is, Alfred Mutua, The backyard is fully
in Kalonzo's.
Kalonzo's, the same way, like the very few people who have had that benefit in this country, let me tell you. It's unique. And I can only think of three.
You're not answering my question.
Only
You're
three who have got
around
that
this
wild
question.
following. What's your question?
My question is, when those three gentlemen met, and you even alluded to the meeting, dinner meeting, for example, at Kalonzo's house.
Look.
What was
Whatever
the
the content of that was, even if the content was there, I would, and I was not there, first of all, to begin with. I can only tell you what probably I got from my party leader.
Yes.
And even then, I cannot tell you that, because, when gentlemen get together and talk, it's not in the nature of people to go to the media and say that.
Is the position you're taking informed by what he told you?
The position, you see, this one now is the ultimate indignation. If Kalonzo is told that you cannot be
the running mate,
and you can basically, you settle for something else. That will be the ultimate indignation.
Because they're going back on an agreement that was made.
A lot of agreement, not just one.
Okay.
Not just one. How many did I now start talking about? I kept on chronicling all that. It's a culture, a history of those agreements that were betrayed.
Okay.
But this time he's not going to be betrayed, I'll tell you that. Even if he decides to jump on board himself and say that, okay, with all its imperfections, I'm still going to be just an ordinary person and I'll support it. The backyard is not going to accept that.
Let's take a break. It's
28
minutes to 9 to 10. Farah Maalim is the deputy party leader of Wiper. We are talking about what Wiper is getting out of the Azimio One Kenya coalition party and the entire political formation. Is Kalonzo Musyoka going to be the running mate or not? If he's not Raila's running mate, then what happens and why? That's what we're discussing with Farah. Let's tell you about the Samsung A33, A53, A73, asking question on social media for a chance for you to win a beautiful hamper from Samsung, an awesome one. What makes your Samsung phone awesome? That's a question. Go to Facebook, go to Twitter, you'll find a question. Please respond with a comment. What makes your Samsung phone awesome? Our social media manager, Nyambura, is going to pick one winner today, and we'll be telling you who that winner is by the end of this show. Good morning.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Number Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. There are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the constitution is an illegal act. He shouldn't be doing it and should be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Cloudy conditions in some parts, but the sun is peeking through them in Nairobi, highs of 26 and lows of 16 today. 19 degrees and mostly cloudy in Nakuru, highs of 27. We'll see highs of 25 in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 19. It's 21 and partly sunny in Eldoret, highs of 26 and lows of 13. The rain continues in Mombasa at 28. We'll go to highs of 31 and lows of 26. It's raining also in Malindi at 29, highs of 31 and lows of 27. And we're looking at mostly sunny conditions in Kisumu at 24 with highs of 29. 29 will also be the high in Kakamega, where it's mostly sunny currently at 23. In Kampala, it's mostly sunny at 24, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 31 in a sunny Dar es Salaam with lows of 24. 16 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 21, and at 26, Lagos is raining. highs of 32 and lows of 25. Mostly cloudy conditions at 23 in Kinshasa with highs of 31 and lows of 23. It's sunny in Beijing, highs of 22 and lows of 13, while it's sunny in Paris at 15. 26 will be the high and lows of 11. It's also shining in London at 13, highs of 17 and lows of 9, and New York is clear at 13 with highs of 21 and lows of 13. Still dealing with the dregs of traffic after that accident on the southern bypass this morning, headed in the Mombasa Road direction, and that still continues, at least for now. We're going to keep an eye on that and see what is happening in a short while, but for now that continues. You might want to think about using an alternate route, folks having to turn round and use alternate routes. Coming off Mombasa Road, not a problem, but as you get to that nook of the southern bypass, you might have to make a decision about which direction you will go in. Outer Ring looking a lot better. Uhuru Highway, as you get to Haile Selassie Avenue there, coming off from Gong Road, you'll find a little bit of hold up. Jogo Road as well, looking a little bit better, much better on the Thika Superhighway. Kiambu Road, however, still remains bumper to bumper traffic in and outbound, as does Westlands. Coming out of traffic hour in about an hour or so, we'll take a look at things through the morning. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127.
Business News with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. Poland Project, a Pan-African Impact Organization, has announced the launch of its flagship program, 1 Million Developers for Africa Scholarship Program. This is aimed at training 1 million young people and empower them with tech employability skills. Africa faces a huge digital skills gap, which is diluting economic opportunities and development. The Chief Growth and Operations Officer, Powerland Project, Mumbindungu, said their goal is to drive transformative change for the youth of Africa through technology scaling. Sandy has been recognized as one of the World Economic Forum's technology pioneers for 2022. The World Economic Forum announced its selection of the 100 most promising technology pioneers of 2022, companies that are tackling issues from sustainability and climate change to healthcare and more. These are early to growth stage companies from around the world that are involved in the use of new technologies and innovation that are poised to have a significant impact on business and society. The 10th Aviation Stakeholder Convention, hosted by the African Airlines Association and Kenya Airways, is ongoing in Nairobi. The two-day convention will provide a platform for showcasing new developments and innovations in aviation, discussing industry business trends, networking, and forging new partnerships. The convention, under the theme Beyond the Crisis, brings together over 500 delegates from 47 countries across the globe who are attending both physically and virtually. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
Spice FM Business. Spice up your life.
It is 20 minutes to 10. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It continues. Eric Latiff, Okoh, CT Muga. Our guest is a deputy party leader of Wiper Democratic Movement Party, Farah Maalim, the Honorable Farah Maalim, former deputy speaker of the National Assembly. Farah, you've told us of very many things, and you've done well, giving us the chronology of Kalonzo Musyoka's journey out of LDP into ODM, into ODMK, into being the vice president and as the leader of ODMK, into running mate for Raila once, twice, and this time, where he's being subjected through a process, just like you said the other time. I mean, it was a collegiate process that you had expected to go through. This time, similar kind of thing, where it's just a panel. Don't you think it's the same thing that's happening? What should have happened in 2017?
Let me now tell you. I think many of you are going to shout very high, loud, and say, "Oh no, how can you do that comparison?" Don't. First of all, the fundamental, the centerpiece of a national pride is also to respect your own leaders. to respect your own people. You see heroes among your people. You don't look for a hero in America or in UK or in Germany and the rest of it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The ability for such a person to hold back his personal initiatives, his personal, what do you call, ambitions for the sake of the country. For 15, 20 years. To be honest to you, can only be equal. And again, to insist only on one term in which he's going to basically be at the helm and see what he can do for this country. Can only be equal to what Mandela did when he came out of prison. Supposing you're going to subject Mandela to a panel to determine who is going to be the best person for the presidency of that country after all that suffering is done. Now, don't jump up and say, don't compare Kalonzo to Mandela. No, Mandela is a South African, and his people, first and foremost, are the ones who saw him as their own hero. If you don't see your own as a hero, then nobody else is going to appreciate the heroism of your own people. You get my point? And I would safely compare Raila, Kalonzo, Kibaki, and all of them to the kind of heroes that we worship in other parts of the world. But we just fail to do ours. And only do it in the case of Kibaki after his death. After his death is when we come and talk all the nice things about him. It's good to talk about the nice things about your own leaders also. So this man, to be subjected to a panel, and probably the person who is going to be, who's the chair of the panel?
He's a former reverend.
And
two eminent clergymen.
Yes.
I'm going to give you their name shortly. Plus other eminent people. And people who have been selected by political party leaders. Your party sent Senator Kio Wambua into that panel. Yeah.
When Kalonzo was first made his debut into politics, I don't think Wambua was born even. To be honest to you. And I don't think Junet is also there, yeah?
Yes.
Junet is there. So, but again, all said and done. Again, he got a call from some of his friends, from Raila, from Uhuru Kenyatta, and again decided, let me go and present myself. You get my point?
Yes.
And he presented himself yesterday. It was the same kwamba we were going to choose him, but because he did not appear, we had no choice.
We had no choice but to choose someone else.
So exhaust that bit. But the reality of the matter is
that he's going there with a condition. It can only be me. I'm appearing before you.
Yeah.
But it can only be me.
Yeah, but can I explain something? Can I explain something? Look, we either want to win this election as Azimio or One Kenya Alliance, or we want to lose it. Simple. If we want to lose it, let's get somebody else. If we want to win it, let's take him. We need him because we want to form the government. We have been in the call for quite a while now. You know what I mean? Tumeka kwenye baridi mingi.
If he went alone, can he win?
If he went alone and ran for the presidency?
Yes.
Very long shot. It's difficult. Very, very difficult. But,
so he also needs...
But he is basically the difference between who wins and who loses.
But you belong to the Wiper Party.
And I
don't
want to tell you
expect
something.
you to say anything different, really.
No. It's just basically, look, I belong to the Wiper Party, but I am somebody you people have known for a very long time.
Not only that.
Can I just finish?
You have a credible narrative that anyone who listens to you and has followed you like I have knows.
Yes.
But you are implying that the other politicians with whom you relate can be judged by similar yardsticks. And I'm saying no, they cannot be. Because everything that you say resonates with a system where a certain level of honesty and honor and appreciation of such values exists. But the field that you're in, those are the values that people trample on a daily basis.
Yes. But, as leaders in this country, we want to leave certain values for posterity in this country. It doesn't mean that because very few people subscribe to what me and you are talking about now, that you have to abandon that and join the other side.
No, you don't have to.
No. So the point I'm trying to tell you is that we still have a duty ourselves to stay on the right side. To stay on the right side. Look at the prophets. You call Jesus God. Well, I call him a prophet myself.
We call him Son of God.
We call him Son of God. I don't know in what context, but we're not going to go into that debate now. But we call him a prophet. But was he appreciated when he came in, brought the word of God?
Nope.
Or did his own people, the Jews, appreciate? And what, is this a faith today of how many billion people in the world? Billions. It has the biggest following.
Yes.
It has the biggest following in the Abrahamic faiths, between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. It has the biggest following.
Yes.
So that basically tells you that although he was ridiculed, although he was crucified, although he did all that, but he stayed the course. And staying the course is what basically is seen in posterity was the right thing. Muhammad was stoned, peace and blessings of God be upon him, had a very rough time initially when he brought the message. And today you have almost 2 billion Muslims in the world. So basically, even if we're not going to succeed the way you would want us to succeed in our own life and enjoy those fruits ourselves, we have a duty ourselves to maintain the good values that we would want to leave for posterity for this country. And hope history is going to take note of that. And in the end, we will succeed. But if you say that politics is a dirty big game and everybody there is dirty and a crook and a con, and then you just have to be smart enough to be like them for you to survive in that, no, I choose not to be like them.
Actually, I do agree with you. Yes. What I'm saying is simply this. When I look at the political landscape and we look at all the political players, I believe when they speak, they all believe the things they say and they believe them to be true.
Yes.
Okay? However, when placed against, should we say, a double-edged mirror that shows you a little more than what is actually being said, we find that there are other things that are also true but haven't been said. Now, if we're talking about political alliances and how it is people agree, Mheshimiwa, I'm sure you'll agree with me that there are things that these political leaders discuss among themselves that even you are not privy to.
I don't deny that.
Yes, that there are things that they will agree. The things that they present in the public domain for us to consume, yes, contribute to what was said and what was agreed upon. But the question here is, people say they want to move forward and they want you to unite Kenyans. Now, how then do you get to a point where you're talking unity and at the same time you're talking about hard and fast positions about what must happen before? This discussion about Azimio, the discussion about the handshake and the previous handshakes have all had to do with compromises. So what would you say is the landmark compromise that the Wiper Democratic Party has made
what I'm trying
to add to the compromises that have been made to even bring about this coalition?
Let me tell you, what I'm trying to tell you is, look, a time reaches when your own flock, your own followers in politics will tell you, you're making too much compromise and we're not accept. This is where they draw the line in the sand. You get my point? And say, sorry, from now on, we're going to do this differently. So you either come with us or you stay alone out there. And you stand the possibility of becoming irrelevant. I first got into politics myself, not because of my choice. I did not love to go into politics. I loved politics myself, and I wanted to participate. I used to write, I used to talk, I used to make statements. But I was a businessman, a very young, very successful businessman here in Nairobi. But 19 elders from my own community went to my dad with these rosary beads, the Muslim rosary beads,
yes,
and put it on his neck and said, look, either you allow your son to run for these things or we'll curse him.
Wow.
And my dad called and told me, look, I don't want it. But if it's a question of cursing my son, I might as well proceed and go ahead. And that's how I entered. I said, okay, if in that case, I'm going to go into the opposition. And that was 1992. I ended up being where I was, What I'm trying to tell you, you have certain limitations when you're dealing with the people who support you. I've been 10 years out of Parliament now. Both of them rigged out. I ran for the Senate of Garissa County. I was rigged out. I forgave my elder brother, Haji, and then we talked about it. I forgave him. And I prayed for him to go to heaven, because that was the nature of the politics at that time. I came in there later last time. I was rigged out again the last time against Duale. I forgive him also. You get my point? Today, I have a wild following where people come in and tell you, no, One, you cannot go and stand in Garissa because it's got too many issues there. We know you're going to win, but it might create other issues. You have to come here, and this is where you're going to run. And you've seen the wild, I'm sure you've been following some of the social media and the rest of it. But the point of the matter is that when the people also put their, they put, the line on the on the sand and tell you, this is what you're going to do. We've listened to you too much.
You're bound by that.
They wanted me to go for governor in 2013. I said, no, I'm going to go for Senate. And I told them, look, that is going to be the place that's going to preserve devolution. It never happened. You know what I mean? They saw, and so it's like, you come up with the ideas. We follow you on your ideas. We see the benefits of that. And now you will have to listen to us. That's exactly what's going to happen to Kalonzo Musyoka now.
So this
if he
time
decides to go back to the campus and tell them, look, I'm not going to be the running mate, but I want you to proceed and support Azimio, they'll tell him to go to hell. Yes, I'm telling you that. They will tell him enough is enough. So now, not only have you compromised so much that we think you are a coward, but you have even compromised in the name of the community. Everybody is going to think that the Kambas are people that you can easily push in this and play around with.
So far,
not
the
anymore.
stance that he has taken on behalf of his community, or the message that's coming from the community and not of his own personal conviction. Is that what you're saying?
Look, at the end of the day, all politics is local. Let me tell you one thing. At the end of the day, all politics is local. If Raila did not have the wild following of the Luo community, and by extension, the wider, what do you call Nyanza, you think Uhuru would call him and have a handshake with him? No. And that's exactly what it is right now. He is a nationalist. He is somebody who, I'll just give you one example. We have a Wiper party. I'm the deputy party leader in Wiper. You know who's the chairman of Wiper?
Mwakwere.
Ali Mwakwere. Chirawa Ali Mwakwere. Do you know who's the secretary general of Wiper? Shakila Abdallah.
Shakila Abdallah, yes.
These are three people from the same faith. 3 people?
All Muslims.
All Muslims. That tells you how much of a nationalist this guy is. He nominated 2, MPs in 2007. One was Afe from Northeastern Province, and the other one was Shakila from Lamu. In both cases, looking at basically the plight of the people of Lamu, the Bajunis, marginalized and extremely, extremely taken advantage of. Their land is taken and everything. What I'm trying to tell you is that to that extent, the man is a nationalist. I see the same streak of nationalism in Raila. I mean, he's done far too many things. He's the strong man in Raila's party right now. After Raila is Junet. So Junet was born in Mandera.
If you say,
but the point I'm trying to tell you is that we are looking at the nation. But at the same time, at the end of the day, when you get to the office, you will then implement your nationalist things. But when you're seeking that office, you have to have a base. You get my point. You have
so
to have
his
a base
is Ukambani.
That is a stronghold.
And the Kamba diaspora.
That's the strong. The same way the base and the stronghold of Raila Odinga is Luo Nyanza. The same way, of course, the add-ons. Everybody's going to come on board. You know what I mean?
Yesterday we had...
The same way Uhuru is the stronghold of Uhuru, has always been in...
we had Professor Makau
in the mountain region.
Mutua yesterday here.
Yes.
Professor Makau Mutua was here yesterday. He's from Kitui.
I know.
He says even the polls that they are currently conducting,
yes,
as a think tank in Azimio,
yes,
are showing
yes,
that Raila is the leading candidate, the leading preferred candidate in Ukambani. Despite
to the tune of 80%.
Despite the fact that, Kalonzo is not the running mate yet. Yes, he said and he acknowledged that there is a significant number of undecideds that are returning. But the leading is that Raila is a preferred candidate.
Let me tell you, I have a lot of respect for that learned friend. I have a lot of respect for Makau Mutua. To see that Raila is the leading candidate in Ukambani, with Kalonzo also being as a presidential candidate, Kalonzo being in the race himself, that is...
Are we saying that the other...
Serious dishonesty. You see, Raila becomes a preferred candidate in the absence of Kalonzo.
Mheshimiwa, let me ask this question.
That is what is happening now. I mean,
Kalonzo
Kalonzo
that's the point.
is
That's the point I'm telling you. Kalonzo is there. He said Raila Tosha. You get my point. But if he goes out there and they don't get this one
So
right
if
now,
Kalonzo says Raila, not
the
Tosha,
presumption in Akamba land,
right now,
the presumption in Akamba land is that the running mate is Raila.
So we are saying
No,
that
it's Kalonzo.
Ngilu...
It's Kalonzo. It's on the basis of that Raila has the 80%, the 90%.
So we're saying that
plus.
Ngilu and
Kivuda
Kibwana,
have no following
Alfred
and no
Mutua.
sway. Yes, we're saying they have no sway and
theirs
no
is
following.
cosmetic, not substantial.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, these are all my good friends, by the way, let me tell you. They're all my good friends. But it's good to call a spade a spade. It's very, very good to call a spade a spade. And by the way, when you serve as a governor in this country, you have a problem. You have a serious problem. You know what I mean? Because that's a small mini state. And the resources and everything else. So if you ask the people of Mkambani right now, Makueni, Machakos and everything else, and talk about, you will have a problem fronting one of the three candidates that you have said. But that's not to say that they still have a constituency back at home. How big it is, I think very minuscule if it becomes them against Kalonzo. That we can forget about Kalonzo and take these other three guys and fill in his place, and basically we are going to capture the Kamba vote, zero.
What you're saying there, then there's this dichotomy we see in our politics, where locally people are willing to vote for someone else, but
nationally.
But at the national level, they will vote for this one particular
non-negotiable.
person.
That is basically how it has been in Ukambani. By the way, look at Kivuda Kibwana. He tried to propagate what you call
Muungano in 2013.
2013. How many MCs did he get? He was voted as a governor. He was popular. People wanted him. They accepted him as a governor. But the majority of the MCs that came in there, 90% I think, were basically Wiper. They looked at Alfred Mutua and said, okay, Alfred, we can have him as our governor. But look at the number of the MCs who are there. Wiper. They look at Charity Ngulu and told her, yes, you put your knack, you know, we will say,
We can do something.
We can do something. But look at the MCS, Wiper. What? So the point I'm trying to tell you is that it's just like the Somalis, you know what I mean? They look at the individual and they say this individual is what you call the Peter's limit, you know what I mean? You call the Peter's limit. They say this guy can make a very good governor for us, but not necessarily a good president for us. You know what I mean?
So we're giving the governor his level. Mheshimiwa, we want to thank you very much for joining us today, for coming to the show. Finally, with just 30 seconds.
Yes.
If Kalonzo is not picked as the running mate, do you advise him to walk out of Azimio?
Look, whatever advising myself is strictly between ourselves there. And I can tell you, politics is the art of possible. It's the art of possible. And a number of politicians will look at their personal survival also in the mix-up. They'll look at their personal, and you get that in every party.
Okay, so
and they say now we're in Azimio.
Walk out or
if
stay.
you go out or walk out or stay, and the rest of it. No, it's the final decision is definitely going to be made by him.
Okay.
But whatever decision he makes,
We'll support him.
Whatever decision he makes, we're going to support him. If he's not picked as a deputy president, running mate in this case, take this to the bank. And take it today to the bank and come for the you know, like I don't bet myself because our faith does not allow betting. Betting is illegal. But then you can take that to the bank. You're looking straight in the eyes of a route to presidency in this country.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa.
Yeah.
The winner for today's question, what makes your Samsung phone awesome, is James Kimanzi at Monyu Kimanzi on Twitter. He says, takes superb and perfect photos, operates different applications without glitches, longer operating times due to bigger battery, and best screen for playing games and watching movies. Congratulations, James. You win a beautiful Samsung hamper. See you again tomorrow morning. Have a lovely day. It's 10 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4
flag bearer was received in Kilifi County by Gideon Mungaro. Kilifi gubernatorial aspirant and Kilifi deputy governor Gideon Saburi Raila is expected to begin with an official visit of Tana River County, where he will hold meetings in Garsen, Hola and Gongoni areas. Tomorrow he will return to Kilifi County just days after Governor Amason Kingi ditched Azimio for Kenya Kwanza. Raila has a tough job cut out for him as he seeks to strengthen his base on the coast after Kingi and Malindi MP Aisha Jumwa left his camp. Odinga will also visit Kwale and Mombasa counties. Now, former National Assembly Speaker Farah Maalim has exuded confidence that his party boss Kalonzo Musyoka will be named the Azimio running mate. Speaking to SpiceFM, Maalim says that Kalonzo has deputized Odinga twice and has served as a deputy president before, also because he has shelved his ambition to be president despite an existing document stating that Odinga would have supported him in 2022 elections.
We did everything we could, went out of our way and told him, do this. He came in, he accepted in principle. The thing went the way it went. He became running mate. We won the election. We were robbed of victory in 2013. I said next time you're going to run 2017 as a presidential candidate for the coalition. But I did not win. I did not assume office. We won, but I didn't assume office. So please accept this form. And now I was part of that team. This time it was written with witnesses, with lawyers, that win or lose, he was going to be supported.
Okay.
He added that Kalonzo comes with a lot on the table and that should be the basis upon which he is named the running mate.
All is not lost. We want to believe that they'll still arrive at His Excellency, I think, will be the running mate for Raila. He was his running mate twice.
Yes.
And I want to believe that he is going to make the difference between who wins and who loses this election. If you want to go into the debates of it, you can do it for another day. I'm not willing to take a lot of time on that. You see, if you can't see the obvious, then there's clearly something wrong with you.
1 plus empty box is equals 2.
Hang on a minute. And I don't want to look at other candidates also and say that this candidate cannot bring much, this candidate cannot bring much, this candidate. I don't want to go into that. You know, we have to conduct civilized politics.
Yesterday, Kalonzo showed up for the interview by the selected panel despite threatening before that he would not appear before it. Now, Kenya party leader Martha Karua has